You're having a great week so far. First day back at work. Went okay, I guess. Just kind of tired. Getting all of your family obligations out of the way in like a 2 week period is sorry, over like 4 days is it's a lot. It's a lot of social interaction, and as you all know, I don't really leave my house very often. So, let's see here. Before we get into the UK election, just a bit about the American election. So maybe I'll do a poll, but it's increasingly looking like there's going to be some attempt at I don't know, a palace coup or a party coup, or the media is just going to try to gaslight Joe Biden into resigning and not running for re-election. That seems to be where we're headed at the moment, as the entirety of the media, including people who are traditionally very pro-Biden, have been, well, trying to tell him to drop out, saying that it's Jover, that he's stupid to get in, stuff like that. So let's see here. I'm just gonna share this. I need to get a better thumbnail. Although the JoJo one is Kino. We're gonna do that. Where are we? We'll just change that. So I don't know. I'll put up a poll. What do people in the chat can say what they think? Do you think that Biden is going to drop out? Do you think one theory I've heard is that he's going to run for election, but he's going to announce that he's going to resign as soon as he wins, and then Kamala is going to become president. I think part of the issue that he is facing at the moment is, I believe if they switch candidates at this point in time, I don't think the fundraising carries over. I don't think I don't think the money carries over. I think they're going to have that issue where the money was specifically raised for Joe Biden, and so if he dips out now, I don't think they can easily transfer it. Now, if they do the thing where he runs on the premise that he's going to resign as soon as he becomes president and Kamala Harris is going to take over, then they can use the money. But it's really hard to know what level of I don't know at this point in time. The whole thing is just completely insane. I don't know if anyone's seen some of the copes that are out there, that Biden had a cold, that Biden was over-prepared. I've heard stuff from behind the scenes that Biden had to take frequent naps throughout the debate preparation, that he was there for basically weeks on end. No, he was there for a full week. He could only work 8 hours a day or something like that. All kinds of just insane stuff about Biden's attempt to do the debate. I haven't actually even had time to watch the debate yet, so jet lag. That's the other one. So we might take callers later. I will take callers if somebody actually knows something about the UK election, is knowledgeable about it, and wants to come on. Then yeah. So let's see here. But we're going to take a look at the exit polls for the moment. Oh, yeah. So there's something to say about Zelenskyy, the man in the green T-shirt. He's decided to show that Ukraine is a democratic society, that he's not afraid of the Putin, that he's not afraid of criticism, he's not afraid of people who say mean things about him. He said that he is going to go on Taking color sounds like the worst idea possible. Probably on Discord. We'll do that a bit later though. I'm just kind of going through my intro of sorts for the evening. What was I saying? Yeah, so Zelenskyy was going to go on with Tucker Carlson, and then Tucker Carlson immediately Zelenskyy backed out. He announced it, and then Zelensky's spokesman is like, apparently Tucker Carlson didn't really check with his FSB handlers. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still kind of tired today. I'm sorry if I'm kind of rambling a bit. It was a long day at work. But handlers, but there's not going to be an interview. So that happened. So Zelenskyy was going to said that he was going to participate, and then, like the bitch that he is, he backed down. And he said, no, I'm not going to be interviewed by Tucker. And people have shit on Tucker for the let's see, what did Tucker say? For the Putin interview. But keep in mind that Putin, that he's been trying to get an interview with Putin for years, with Zelenskyy for years now. Since the start of the war, he's constantly asked Zelenskyy for an interview, and he's just refused. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. Let's see here. Okay. Looks like we got the Zelenskyy interview. We've been trying for 2 years, and with particular intensity after interviewing Putin in February. The point is to bring Americans much needed information about the conflict that's completely reshaping their country's position in the world. Coming soon, we hope. That is, if that's not like far-right propaganda, I want to interview the two leaders of the conflict, get both sides of the story, and let the American people decide. If that's not fascism, I don't know what is fascism. It's just like Tucker is. He would have asked Zelenskyy questions. He would have asked Zelenskyy questions like, "What happened to Gonzalo Lira? What happened to Gonzalo Lira? What happened to who else is there? Where did all the money go? Is it true that only 31,000 people died? Why did you put out a trailer for the spring offensive and then claim it was leaked?" And like all that kind of stuff. He would probably ask him real questions. And Ukraine is a liberal democracy, and that means that here, Rain, you want to come over here? And that means, yeah, why are you throwing Men in Black fans? And part of liberal democracy is you don't let anybody who might ask you questions interview you. Because Zelensky's a brave man. Zelenskyy is standing up to the Putin. He's standing up to China. He's standing up to the whole world. But he can't, he's so much of a bitch, he can't take the, come here. Good kitty. That he can't, take an hour and a half interview with Tucker. Because, Tucker would have not given him the questions ahead of time. He would have asked him hard questions. Would it have been a good idea to have Tucker Carlson do an interview with him? Probably not. Tucker probably would have made him look like a complete and total asshole, like jackass. He would have humiliated him. Zelenskyy isn't used to taking questions from anyone who's mildly critical. Tucker would probably press him on some stuff. Zelenskyy is known for throwing temper tantrums, so he'd probably storm off in the middle of the interview, whereas Tucker would remain completely cool. So yeah, that's it. That was a victory for democracy. Tucker Carlson. Yep. What do you think, Rain? Do you want to be interviewed by Tucker Carlson? Rain's like, no, just keep rubbing my ears. She was very affectionate yesterday. She missed me while I was out of the province. It's very hot, so I'm gonna try turning on my air conditioner. If it's too loud, I'll turn it off again, but I'll try putting it on low. Why is it not letting me change it? Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. So tell me if that's too loud. It's like a thunderstorm here, and it's super hot. I'll move the mic a little further back. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so let's look at the exit polls. So UK exit polls. Okay, so the prediction that we have at the moment, according to CNN, noticeably known for its accuracy, for being fair, for being balanced, and that kind of thing. Labour is predicted to win I believe that's a supermajority. I don't think supermajorities really matter in parliamentary politics because there's no veto to overcome. But I do think it's a sign of... It's kind of a threshold. I feel like the thresholds are plurality, majority, 60%, supermajority. Okay, let's see here. So that is 410 divided by 650. Just short of a supermajority. So that's 63% of the seats. Reform UK is going to... Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Once again, there was no need for Rishi Sunak to call this election when he did. Like, absolutely no reason. Let me see. Just trying to get to Wikipedia. Okay. Because the previous election was in December of 2019, so he could have easily waited like another 5 months. He could have put this off till October or November and stuff like that. But he decided to do this because, as I said previously, it was to prevent Nigel Farage from gaining any kind of steam and for there being any kind of other parties forming. He was told by his globalist masters that he would get a nice cushy job at a mutual fund if he decided to do that, or maybe at an NGO, or maybe they'll make him head of NATO, or I don't know. Something like that. Let's see here. The Financial Times. I'm gonna be honest though, like, is Labour actually to the right of the conservatives on some issues? I would not be surprised, to be honest. I could see that happening. Now, in the UK, do they release partial results, or do they only release results when like all the votes are counted? Because I know in Canada and America, they release results as they come in, as they're counted. So we tend to get them fairly quickly. Okay. All right. They have live updates. Okay. So I think polls have closed now in the UK. So shouldn't results start coming in any time now? I think. I'm just trying to see what's a good one. Okay. Election map UK. Okay, live tracker. Let's see who has the best one. What's the guard? Actually, the Guardians looks pretty good. The Guardians doesn't look bad at all. We have this one. That's just exit polls. I mean, exit polls are interesting, but yeah. Okay, let's see here. So I wonder when we're going to start getting results. Hopefully soon. I mean, the polls only closed, what, like, did they close an hour ago? What time is it in the UK? Okay, they closed like an hour and a half ago, so we should start getting them soon, but we'll see. Okay, I don't want Taden, I just want this. Isle of Skye. You know, it's kind of weird that, like, Gibraltar doesn't have seats in the UK Parliament. Why is the reason? What is the reason for that? Let me look that up. Why doesn't Gibraltar have seats? Okay, so it's not part of the United Kingdom. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know. It would make sense if it did. We're gonna start getting results for a couple of minutes. I might have to mute myself a couple times just to have some food. I made oat bread yesterday, and I'm doing this instead of eating dinner. So let's see here. Yeah, so let's see here. You'll fuck your metabolism, brother. No, I made myself some. I had my big lunch. I had my big meal at lunch. I had chicken curry with vegetables and rice. So it's still too bad that Malta wasn't allowed to join the UK. That would have been based if Malta was part of it. It doesn't even really make sense, but it would have been cool. And really, in the end of the day, that's all that matters. Okay, so let's see here. Succumbing to Indian lobby. I don't know. I just like curry. It's a good way to get your various what's it called? To get your various vitamins in. Just because I have that, and then I also will put like edamame in it and a bunch of different beans and stuff like that. It's a good lunch. Okay, so you know what? Maybe I will start taking some callers. So if you want to come on, message me on Discord, and I will add you temporarily to the stream server. Let's see here. Just I'm not taking because sometimes what happens is I'll take callers and then people will come on and we'll talk about something else. but we might get to that. I just at the moment, if anybody wants to come on and talk about the election. Zach, do you want me to invite you? I'll send you an invite and you can jump in if you want. Okay, Constantine, I'll let you call him on. One second, let me see. What am I doing? Fight people. Constantine. Okay, let's just see here. Oh, oops. All right, I need to get into... Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Hey, guys. I can't hear you. Are you saying something? Anyways, let's see here. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Okay. I'm just going to check if my audio's fucked or something. Oh, there's something to... No, my audio seems to work. I don't know. Anyways. Okay, so we'll see. All right, let's invite... So we're going to have... Oh, here we go. What is this? Latest seat declared. Okay, so we've already gotten some seats, at least one seat declared. Okay, hey, man. How's it going? Okay. I'm just trying to see. I'm not hearing anything. Once again, I don't know if that is my my end or their end. This is fucking amazing content, isn't it? This is the best content that you'll ever get. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, sorry guys. That was me being a total boomer. I forgot to jump into the call myself.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Okay, well, that was embarrassing. So nice to have you on, guys. Before we start, would any of you like to shill anything?
Uh, well, actually, I'm going to be recording an episode tonight, but for those of you who don't already know, I'm Carlson Martelli. I'm usually pretty active in the chat, I like to think to be, but I do a show on YouTube called The War Report that just covers all this kind of stuff and a little bit more. I have a co-host who's sometimes there, sometimes not, so it's not just me rambling for an hour and a half, even though this upcoming episode will be. We cover a lot of stuff about Ukraine, of course. We've been doing it for a number of years, but mostly Ukraine, European news, but that also bleeds in the Middle East, East Asia, and of course domestic American news. So if you're interested, you can certainly check it out.
Okay, here I'll add this to I'll add that to the chat. So go check it out. I've watched his podcast a number of times. He does a good job covering all the various Ukraine stuff. All right. Okay. All right. Did either of you, Blitzer or Zach, did you have anything you wanted to show?
Currently, I produce nothing as of a moment. I'm just sort of interested in this sort of sphere in general. I just want to put my 2 cents on this issue because it's been an interest of mine for the past couple of weeks.
Okay, cool. All right. So who wants to start off? Just your thoughts on the election, and then we'll just kind of go from there.
If I may start, first of all, since I live in the UK, for those I've got nothing to shill, but for those of you who are wondering, I'm Blazing Noah. I'm the UK's first libertarian former political prisoner. I got 16 months in prison for speaking out against Islam and Jeremy Corbyn back in 2018, 2019. And of course, the mainstream media libeled me as some sort of Nazi anti-Semite, which was nothing. I mean, that is a complete lie. So I've got a reputation here in the UK of calling into talk radio stations and just
you cut off there. I guess MI6 got him. Anyways. Oh, sorry, go on.
Wouldn't it be MI5 that got him?
Is it MI5 or MI6? I can't even tell anymore.
I think MI5 is their domestic agency, and MI6 is their international.
Right. Well, I mean, the CIA operates in America and sells drugs, so it is what it is.
I mean, Five Eyes, they're all in bed with each other, so maybe it was the CIA that got him. Who knows?
Could be. Anyway, so what do you got? So I guess just if one of you want to start out with your thoughts on the UK election.
Well, there's a lot to be excited about this election because Keir Starmer has actually made it a core position on his campaign to do substantial efforts to curb immigration towards the UK. And this is different from Tories' promises towards stopping immigration because historically Labour has made good on their promises. For instance, they promised to implement the NHS, and they have gone through and implemented that. Tony Blair, when he was campaigning, promised to continue. What's her name?
Thatcherism?
Yes, to continue her liberalization of the economy, and he made good on that.
Mm-hmm.
So, given the substantial gains in Parliament, it stands to reason that Starmer would make good on his word of curbing immigration.
What was his premise for doing that? Like, how was that justified according to his ideology?
naturally, he said that was hurting British working class families. So it's very return to form for labor in regards to that.
So the Danish approach is what I'm gathering.
Mm.
So he's doing a bit of playing with the whole old left thing.
Yes, but he made sure not to make it an ethnic issue. He said that, like, if you're a citizen of the UK, he's for you. He's for the worker of a citizenship of the UK. But he has, in his advertisements, he has been kind of only showing ethnic Britons in his advertisements. So that's an interesting sort of messaging there.
So I guess it's his idea to basically just take everything, like the entire political spectrum, outside of, I guess, the populist right, or no, I guess that too. It seems like he's running both to the left and the right of the Tories.
He certainly is. He's definitely from a leftist approach, but he is adopting some right populist messaging. Now, he's not a believer, of course, but it's interesting.
That he would feel the need to do that. Let's see here. I think we have the first result being announced. We have... Okay, I'm not as familiar with UK writings as I am with Canadian or American, but they have declared Hogton and Sunderland South. Is that normally the first one? Because isn't there one that normally gets it out really quick?
As far as I'm aware, that would be correct, yes.
Okay. So yeah, that is okay. So that's cool. And it has at the moment, Labour won 60% of the 47% of the vote. Reform UK got 29%, and the Tories got 13%. 14%.
And according to this note on The Guardian, it is a new constituency since 2019, so a little bit of an unknown quantity with that.
A bit. Now they have it that Labour picked up 6% and the Tories lost 19%.
Yeah.
I don't. That doesn't really add up to me. Because if the Tories lost 19, then where does the other percent of the vote share? I don't know. Maybe some minor parties or something. But you get what I mean? Like, if Tories went down 19%, how did Reform UK go to 29% and Labour up 7? I don't know.
And there's a small amount on the Green Party, but that still doesn't add completely up. But
I don't know. I might just be hallucinating or something. That's definitely a strong possibility. So far, Reform UK is at 29%. Something I kind of appreciate about Reform UK is just that, like, they have like the most generic name possible.
Well, a reason for that is because they want to not present themselves as a radical party. There's a lot of controversy that they have where their previous leader, before Nigel Farage came in, he always submitted to Hope Not Hate and removed the radical elements from his party, or rather the supposed radical elements from his party, to make it safe for Nigel Farage to run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I figured. Is like the idea is it's better to have the generic brand than have a bad name brand. So like it's better to be well, in Canada we have something called the no name brand, which is a brand, but it's better to be Kirkland or Walmart than to be, I don't know, what's a really bad brand in the US?
there's a lot of them you could go off of. But I think I get your point. But with that, you also look at a lot of the parties on the continent, a lot of these so-called far-right parties, they have very generic political party names. I'm trying to think of an exact example. I know that Fidesz in Hungary, the way it translates to English, it's something very
think it's Hungarian
Very generic.
Civic Union. I think. It's
Yeah, something like that. And then you have Law and Justice in Poland, which isn't exactly far right. There's a lot you could say about them, but for the supposed far right party, that's a pretty standard name that you'd expect from just a center right party.
Liga Nord or Liga.
Yeah.
Liga's a pretty. The National Front changed their name to National Rally. You have Chega, which I believe is enough, and Vox. Yeah, I guess. Well, I guess some of them are not, but I think that was the idea. An MP candidate was kicked out 2 days ago. Yeah, I think he said something based or something like that, and then he got kicked out of the election. One of the UKIP guys, or sorry, one of the Reform UK guys. Okay, let's see here. So, what do you guys think is going to happen in the U.S.? Is Biden going to are they just going to ride with Biden? Is Biden going to run on the premise that he's going to stand down? Are they going to replace him with Kamala? Are they going to replace him with Gavin Newsom? Is Hillary going to come back from the grave? What do you two think?
I base a lot of... Oh, go ahead.
You go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you. But I base a lot of my election predictions on election betting odds because they have not done me wrong before. Only a couple times whenever I cover elections. And they're projecting... Let me pull up the exact numbers, see if they've updated since I checked them a few hours ago. But, oh yes, they have, because it was only at like 16% earlier. According to the betting odds, Kamala Harris has an 18.7% chance of becoming president right after Trump at 57.4%, with Biden down to 11.7%. And if we look at it just in the last week, Biden is down 24% in terms of likelihood to become president, whereas Harris is up 16.8%. And I know there's a lot of interests controlling Biden. In my personal opinion, I think a lot of the power behind the power is his wife, Jill Biden, who is calling, much like a Woodrow Wilson situation, who is calling a lot of the shots there. And I don't think that's a controversial take. I think that's a pretty standard take when it comes to a lot of people who look at this. So there's a lot of people who don't want Biden out of power because he's very easily influenced. He's somebody that they can whisper in the ear of. And he's the big guy. He's the big guy who gets 10%.
10%.
But in terms of actual... Exactly. In terms of actual electability, even though Kamala Harris is insufferable, there's a reason she didn't win the first time. She's Hillary plus about 1,000 other diversity points that will just make the ears of an average person bleed despite their misgivings about Trump. I know that Trump was saying in the off-the-cuff audio that they caught of him on the golf course that he would rather face Kamala Harris. But realistically, I don't think they have any other choice because Biden simply isn't functional. They played their hand too much. They were good at keeping out of the public spotlight, keeping his speeches very much on script, even though there were flubs with that. I mean, at the Egypt-Mexico thing, we all remember that. And I don't know how they can continue on with this man in terms of party legitimacy.
I mean, like, you don't get it. As we know, that was deep fake. No, it wasn't deep fake. That was cheap fake AI.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of
Those
course.
are double.
Even though there's actually a very easy solution to all of this, they just need to put a resignation speech in the teleprompter because Joe Biden will read whatever's on a teleprompter.
Yeah, that is one way of going about it.
But that's most of what I had to say. I'll cede my ground there.
I'm just trying to find. Sorry, go on.
From the way that I see it, it seems that it is practically and physically impossible for the Democrats to change ship now. Gavin Newsom, he came out on the Morning Joe the day after the debate, and he announced that there must be stringent party loyalty towards Biden in this issue. While there's certainly a lot of criticism coming towards Biden and calling for him to resign within Democratic sectors, there are still a lot more voices in favor of him, coming out with copes, calling jet lag, saying that he was overprepared.
He was over. Yeah, that was one. That I have to add that to the cope, the RG Award cope for the year.
So basically, my position on it would be that I think a lot of them are going to go into the sunk cost fallacy and double down on Biden because, like you said earlier in the stream, I don't think they can transfer funds from Biden to another candidate.
Yeah, someone can correct me on that, but I was, I think I forget if it was Red Eagle Politics or Real American Politics, or somebody was, or it might have been the Duran. I can't remember because a lot of people have been talking about it, but yeah, they said that. Then again, I don't think Biden really raised that much money, anyways, but.
There most likely is a back channel. It would just be a pain in the ass to employ it and look nakedly corrupt, which I guess they're trying to avoid. I know that they haven't had issues with that in the past, but they have to be sparing about their naked corruption because it, in terms of legitimacy, it just nukes it. Especially going up against Trump, who their entire campaign is, this man does not respect the rule of law. He doesn't respect the social norms and conventions of American politics. Look, I know that hypocrisy is just par for the course of these people, but after a certain point, they have to at least have some sort of air of legitimacy, some sort of image of quote-unquote playing by the rules. So while they are the privileged party, while they are the party with the advantage, they can't just do anything they want.
Right. Yeah, it's Trump doesn't respect the norms of society by filling out his expense report properly, or whatever it is that like he was charged from. I still ask, like, what percentage of Americans do you think could list what Trump was convicted on?
Hell, I can't.
I like I covered it at one point, and I posted on.
We also got a new seat coming in, Blythe and Asington.
Okay, let me just
in the north.
refresh the map, and we'll take a look at it is. So we have 2 seats announced. We have, okay, we looked at that one and the other one, which has, it looks like basically the same result. Reform UK got 27% and Labour got 50%. Now, something that'll be interesting to look at is what this election would be like without vote splitting. That is, if there was a joint right wing, and I'm doing air quotes, ticket of the Conservatives and Reform UK, if that would be enough in some seats to beat Labour.
Well, just looking at the exit polls right now, it doesn't look like it. And the 2 that have come in now, those are 2 out of 600 some districts, 600 some ridings, excuse me, used to the American format. But thus far, we'll see in some of the more competitive races if that's the case. But so far, it looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, but vote share doesn't really matter in first past the post. Although
True.
Although the problem is, it matters more for big across the country parties. Like, I don't know if the Conservatives, I guess in rural England is their base. Like for the SNP and the DUP, it doesn't matter. They could get like 2%, and they might still get a bunch of seats. Whereas Reform UK, I don't think has this particular base, so they'll probably win like a bunch of percentage in a whole bunch of spots. But yeah. Anyways, we have another person joining us. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I'm Howard Crane, long-time listener of Argent. I'm just going to stick here in the background until I'm useful, if you don't mind.
Okay, thanks, man. And you run the, what was it called, the Unpodcast?
Nice guess. The anti-broadcast.
The anti-broad, okay,
Argent,
right.
Argent was recently on it, and we just put it up on our YouTube channel. Check it out. It was a great conversation.
Okay,
it really was.
Yeah, let me just put that into the chat. So definitely check that out.
And we're based in Ireland, by the way, so we had a great conversation about how the paused wave is affecting Ireland, Canada, Europe, the UK in different ways. I always like these conversations between the Anglosphere countries because we always seem to be in a fight between, oh, my country is more paused than yours. You know? And
well, it
the
kind of
argument goes
depends on the particular context. Could you just message me the link to? Do you have a YouTube channel or is it just your website?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a YouTube channel now.
If you
so
could just
I'll do that.
message me that, and I'll put it in the chat.
And I'll mute myself.
Okay, I just want to respond to a couple comments. Max Caulfield says, "Are we seriously acting like there are no deep fakes?" I mean, there are deep fakes, but the things we've seen at Biden are from like live news broadcasts. Like, let me see if I can find the one of him just wandering off mid.
You ever see the one where the deepfake puts his hand through the microphone, or at least that's what it looks like with Biden? It's from like 2021, and I try to not make those accusations because you stake a lot on them. But that's the one instance I will say it is heavily edited at the very least, if not outright fake.
No, I mean there are some. Like here, I'm just you guys can't see, but I'm streaming it. Like, this is just him just wandering off, like.
Or when he speaks to the dead.
Or when he speaks, like, because those are live press chants, so there is a lot of deep fakes. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, I think in the case of Professor Biden, there is enough to go on. Let's see here. They're not downplaying it. They're saying he's going to be replaced. Yeah, I think overwhelmingly, I haven't had that much time to look at the media, but from what I hear, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, I think Forbes, a whole bunch of organizations, including some that are very pro-Democrat, have actually been asking him to resign.
Well, the media is snaking on him because he's so hard to run cover for. Under any other circumstance, they'd be lockstep, but they acknowledge even this is too hard. Even Trump is easier with how adversarial it is, where it's a constant back and forth. But when you have to make endless excuses for Biden, if you're part of the media class who are very much in line with the Democrats, or whatever regime term you want to use, because it's not just the Democrats, as we all know, then it makes your job a lot harder.
What do you guys think of the idea that at this point, there's no transferring Biden's funds to another candidate? So it's
as we mentioned earlier, I don't think there's a way that they can do so legally. But again, given Democratic history, that's not necessarily, well, given U.S. history, actually, rather, that's not necessarily a question. They could do it illegally. But as someone has mentioned earlier, there is a lot of scrutiny. They're trying to present themselves as being the party in opposition towards corruption, so they can't really make themselves optically to look openly corrupt in this stage. So I don't think it's likely that they would switch out Biden because of that reason.
Okay, so question: who is the most corrupt post-Reconstruction president? Is it LBJ, Biden, or Clinton? I think
Lyndon Baines Johnson, without question.
LBJ, okay.
I would argue more so Grant. Oh no, you said post-Reconstruction. My bad. LBJ.
I don't know if Grant was personally corrupt though, or if he just was a very poor judge of character.
I mean, they always say it's a poor judge of character, but then again, he's very much lionized in our country, and reasonably so. He kept the union together. Mm-hmm. But you need to keep in mind that this sort of myth-making is par for the course of countries, so you need to be skeptical towards that.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find the, okay, just keep going. I'm just seeing if I can find the verdict sheet again. Okay.
I know that they delayed Trump's sentencing to September 18th in light of the recent court rulings regarding presidential power. So there's a possibility from some of the things I've seen. I don't want to speak too much because when it comes to a lot of the legal minutia, I tend to make mistakes. So I try to keep my distance with
just,
that.
Just say it's an anonymous source.
Of course, my anonymous sources say that potentially because of the new ruling, it could be applied retroactively, looking at Trump's sentence, that he might get off pretty easily. And my thoughts for a while, I know he was supposed to be actually sentenced next week, July 11th, but it's what they have to get him to compromise. Now, I know that Trump has compromised on a lot in the past, say, 8 years, but there's always been some level of resistance. And my biggest fear about this entire thing is that they've completely got him. They can use him to do the dirty work. They can tarnish his legacy, because this is how they keep him out of prison. This is how they keep him in the good graces of the regime, which is having him in this legal predicament. Or alternatively, they can screw over his election campaign by his sentencing. Like I know it's maximum up to 4 years. I think they would be insane to actually put him behind bars. I think that would just be too far in terms of
he would
stability.
win by like 55% if that happened.
Yeah, and the street violence in 2020 would look like a joke compared to what it would be if that were the case.
Compared to 9/11 times 1,000.
Oh yes, yeah, that would look like a Tea Party compared to not the Boston Tea Party, maybe the Boston Tea Party.
Okay,
Who knows?
so
But
I'm just bringing it up. It's on stream. Yeah, it's on screen now. Trump was convicted of 34 felony accounts of falsifying business records, which was really, if you look at it, like the same crime for different months. That is the horrible felon thing that Trump did. That is what they got him on. The most bizarre, retarded. Like, it's not for abuse of power. It's not that he took bribes. It's not like any. It's just that he fucking. I don't even think he did it. Didn't his lawyer do it? Didn't his lawyer falsify the business records without telling
I'm
him?
assuming the argument would be is that they're charging it as an organization. Remember how in Atlanta they took mugshots of all sorts of people in his sphere working for him or on his campaign?
Yeah, if you look at that, the whole kind of story behind that, one of the takeaways from a lot of the suits against the insurrection suits against Trump is, and I read through the Georgia indictment, a lot of it was literally Trump publicly talked to an elected official, and that was like part of the conspiracy. Was him talking, like one of the pieces of evidence was he asked somebody for the phone number of like the speaker of the Michigan Assembly or something like that. So
I mean, a lot of the messaging is that they're trying to present him as this mob boss type character who always acts through intermediaries. So like he's evading persecution. So I think they were trying to like get him on a RICO-esque sort of charge here.
I mean, that's what it is. RICO is deliberately very vague. I read a book about the mafia. It's because it's so hard to prosecute criminal organizations because people are involved, but there's not, like, bosses, they don't normally leave any records. So they had to kind of come up with something vague, but it's, So I don't know if anybody's been seeing. Will Stencil is currently on doing more suicide baiting than normal. He's shitting on the New York Times. Okay. Oh, glad we're at the interpreting obvious self-deprecating jokes as a cry for help stage of this mass hysteria. That's his entire career.
I'm assuming we all saw the Will Stancil Fed post about Trump and Biden.
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
The one about the drones? I don't want to say it on stream just in case, because I know they can be sensitive about those sort of things, but he asked a question about Trump, Biden, and drones. I'll let you guys connect the dots there.
Oh.
Okay, let's see here. It was just a dad joke. The last 3 years have been the most active period of reform and legislating since the Great Society, at least. What a take. What a take. Okay, so he's
Can I
just
quickly?
sorry, what?
Sorry, no, please go on.
No, I didn't have anything interesting, important to say.
Oh, I was just going to say, from the outsider's perspective on the last subject, Trump, all we really hear about over here, and all I ever see on American social media, I'm speaking from Ireland, by the way, is that he paid a porn star for having sex with her. Like, that's the extent of Trump's crimes that gets.
I think a lot of
as
people
far as
think
us.
that was the crime he committed.
But it's not even a crime, right? Is it?
It isn't.
Now, in fairness, Trump has, I believe, always denied that happened. I think Stormy Daniels denied that it happened for a long time, and she swore an affidavit, and then she went back on it. So I'm not even convinced that even happened. And if that did happen, it's fucking sleazy and degenerate. But it's not really.
But it's not a crime. You have sex with someone and then you give them money and say, "Hey, don't ever talk about that." That's
Well, I believe
That's
the
fair.
argument they're making is that it's prostitution.
it sounds like reverse.
No, that's
prostitution to me.
not the argument. They're making that it's like a conspiracy to cover up his his whatever. So to be fair, I don't think Trump has ever said that he was like a paragon of Christian virtue. Maybe someone can correct me on that. I don't think he's ever like gone with that.
I think a big misunderstanding is that they're thinking that this is like any other Republican candidate who has wrapped themselves in the flag and has carried the cross and pretended to have all these deep Christian morals while they're internally degenerate and just frankly anti-Christian. A lot of the messaging you see here is what you would see in the 60s, but frankly, the reality is society is not in the 60s. It's unfortunately very degenerate, very permissive of all these sort of activities, and this is the society they created, and they haven't caught up to that fact. So these messages that they're trying to use to slander this guy for reasonably horrible things that he's committed simply doesn't work.
I think there's only one way to figure this out, and that is to consult Michael Avenatti.
So my theory is because he had sex with an adult woman. And that was the biggest problem. I think it was because he didn't go. Remember how he was mentioned in the Epstein papers as saying that he banned Epstein from his from Mar-a-Lago, and that was used as like a way to indicate that he was actually he went to Epstein's Island, because all these people in my work were saying that Trump went to Epstein's Island. So
I think I get the logic there, right? So he flew on the plane once, so that means that, well, we say, oh, you can fly on someone's plane once, but then, he turns around and bans him from his house. So that means that he knew what Epstein was up to. Then that follows, oh, he was on the plane, so I don't know, I guess he was a pedophile, now he isn't. I don't know.
Well, I mean, so a friend of mine said something, and I think it's true. Trump has the sexual preferences of like a 14-year-old boy. He likes big boobs, and that's about it. It just doesn't make any sense. But so, but let's see.
Makes as much sense as anything else, Sergeant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this up again. So this was, I think, one of like the greatest photos of all time. This meme somebody made. The approval ratings of the G7 leaders. And just how bad it is.
Maloney is the highest one, and she's -10, correct?
Which probably for Italian politics isn't that bad.
Ooh.
To be honest, but Rishi Sunak.
And she's been in power almost 2 years, which is unheard of.
Yeah, Rishi Sunak is like negative 54. Yeah. But so is Rishi Sunak just universally hated in the UK? Like, is there anybody who likes him? Is there any base that he has?
I've seen something on social media once.
I think the Tory party likes him. I'm not sure if that can be considered a base or not.
Okay, here we go. So Will Stencil, the real human being, said, "Is there any reason Biden couldn't just drone strike Trump and end this?" It's cool. That's Will Stencil. He's a very special man.
Now, I haven't read up on the Supreme Court's ruling. To what extent does a presidential figure have immunity to the law? Is it actually to that extent, or is he being hyperbolic
I think
here?
he's being hyperbolic. He's being Will Stencil, so he's probably being hyperbolic and kind of schizo.
And disingenuous.
And
But
disingenuous.
I digress.
But so on the topic, I do think a head of state needs at least some immunity under the law, because Machiavelli said the only princes are the only ones who should have the privilege of lying. Because the activities of exercising power as a head of state necessarily involves a lot of shady stuff, a lot of stuff that would probably be illegal for a normal person to do. And if they don't have some sort of protection from it, then they can't do their job. There's also the argument that there's really not anybody above in a position to judge a head of state, because there's not really anybody above them.
Well, and you look at the U.S. system, a president can't be charged until he is out of office for anything. There is that immunity. And what the Supreme Court basically said with that was you can't hold the president responsible for anything he did within the scope of his constitutional powers, which that's where it gets dubious, what he wanted to define as constitutional powers, which it looks like the Supreme Court cast a very wide net with, which I think, just speaking from a personal point of view, a powerful executive is a good thing. So I more or less agreed with the decision, despite the fact that Biden is in office. But of course, pragmatically speaking, I don't like that he has this, but also Democrats have been doing this for decades now, so them throwing a bone to Trump on this, I'm not going to get on some principled conservative high horse.
Yeah, but like, Republicans suck, so they aren't gonna they weren't gonna prosecute Biden anyways.
Of course not. No.
Like, have they dropped the ball on the whole Hunter thing, or is that still going? Or
I believe he was convicted, but it was not for anything like prostitution or crack abuse.
Guns, right? While in
I believe it was.
possession of
he was
drugs,
convicted
yeah.
for the same thing Nick Rekieta was.
Oh no.
Limited hangout. That's what it was. Just okay, we got him for something. Now shh. May I say, from experience, guys, we're going to be here at least 2 hours waiting for anything substantial from the UK. Like, results will come in, but 2 hours at least is what we're talking about here.
Okay, well, we'll see. I'll see how long I want to stay around.
The arc of American political history is long, but it ultimately bends towards Hunter Biden's laptop. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
I got a question. It's not necessarily on topic, but since we have an Irish guest on, I would like to know what's the stance in Northern Ireland going on now. There was previously in 2021, there was a little bit of a sovereign of love by the loyalist community there. What's going on there as of right now, and how does that factor into this election?
Ooh, it's a clusterfuck. Sorry, I cursed on your stream, Argent. You've got you've got Brexit going on. You've got our elections going on. The UK elections going on. It's a whole big story. You have Sinn Féin, who are supposed to be the Republican Party. Now they've turned paused. like totally balls to the wall, LGBTQIA plus 100%. Whatever is the crazy fascist thing going on these days, they'll adopt it. The World Economic Forum thing. But they still pretend that they are the Republican Party. And they are at the forefront of pushing for reabsorbing the 6 counties back into the state of Ireland. Some contenders are rising up, but they'll never gain traction for another decade or two. So those are the only guys that, really have our backs on that. And they have a bit of a voting base just based on that. However, in the past, say, 2 years, in the streets, you would hear chants, Sinn Féin are traitors, Sinn Féin are traitors. Because just like in any other country, when a left-wing party stabs the working class in the back, the working class pay attention, and it's no more different in Ireland. And now we just had an election last month. The vote is all over the place to Social Democrat, Labour, everywhere but the regime parties, which for us is Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil,
Is there a
Green
difference
Party.
between the two of them?
The two of who?
Is Finn Fáil and Finn Gael, is there a difference between them?
There used to be back in the olden times, and by olden times I mean the 1930s. Fine Gael were the fascist party, if you'd believe. We called them the Blue Shirts. They established our police on Garda Síochána. They wanted to reach out to the Reich to make good connections. They wanted to be part of that whole party. But, they weren't as popular. Fianna Fáil were traditionally the farmers' party, the rural party, but over time, they became the uni party. If you go back through all of our national elections, our governments rather, you will find that there hasn't been a single government in the history of our state, that's 100 years by the way, where there hasn't been one or both involved. You might have Labour involved, or now in the past 10 years you had the Green Party involved, but it's always one or the other. So we call them FFFG.
Not
since you mentioned
Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. They're
Aren't
the
they
one
both
thing.
fake conservative parties?
Yeah. So who's that? The Christian Democrat Party in the EU? What's that one? I forget
European
the name.
People's Party?
Yeah. Fine Gael are in that party. So
Okay, right.
I don't consider that to be truly right-wing.
And
But
Finn
going
Gael
back
is
to
a
Finn
liberal
Gael's
international.
origins. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, so given Ireland's neutrality in World War II, it makes itself unique among the Western powers in Europe that it doesn't mythologize its history around World War II. So, instead, they very much base themselves and their identity off of the 16 Rising. So is it true that even the left-wing parties right now, when reacting to a sort of nationalist resurgence in Ireland, are blaming the eternal Anglo for this? Are they actually, trying to make this caricature that there's a shadowy cabal in London trying to inspire Irish ethnic nationalism?
It's funny you say that. that's only emerged, that narrative, in the past year. Not even the past year, like say the past 6 months, it started to rise up of, oh, you know, all of these ordinary people coming out to protest the fact that like their town of 100 people is being planted with 200 fucking random people from somewhere in the other end of the country. Is, you know, it is fostered by the far right in the UK. It's a narrative that's not really picking up steam because too many ordinary people are paying attention right now. Like maybe it would have worked 10 years ago, but yeah, it's an excellent observation. It's a strange cycle of time that's going on here.
It perplexes me that it would have worked 10 years ago, if I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, it just sounds on the face of it to be totally absurd. I mean, why? Yeah. What would British identitarians have with a strong, ethnically conscious Ireland? Isn't the whole idea... Because like, it would stand to reason that these same British identitarians would have a stake in the Loyalists in Ulster. Why would they want ethnically charged Ireland to try to throw out their comrades in the north?
The truth is that our type of politics makes strange bedfellows, you know? We have this guy, who's the big anti-Muslim guy in the UK, Tommy Robinson,
yeah,
right?
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. He came over we had a protest. It was like something close to 100,000 in Dublin, Ireland. That's a huge protest in a country of 5 million, right?
Yeah.
He came over. I think then, or before then, or after then, you know, there's some kind of connection going on. And yeah, of course, it makes sense. We all want our own countries for ourselves. So there's that bridge there. The thing is that most people in Britain, they have absolutely no connection or love or concern for the planters in Northern Ireland because, you know, they're just filthy Scottish people. It's the process of colonialism. You know, you move in people to take charge of a place, and when they've outlived their usefulness, then, you know,
abandon them.
Yeah, that's what's happened to the people of Northern Ireland. My grandmother and my family, who, you know, we come from there, they said, look, we Catholic Irish, we went to school, we worked hard, we educated ourselves, and we honed our crafts, and those guys just rested on their laurels thinking, oh, we're so better than these people that we've come in on top of. And they've kind of atrophied socially, you know, they're the lower class now, and they're freaking out. And now, as a united Ireland is, you know, very within reach, they're thinking, fuck, we're in trouble now. We need minority status. And we've seen news articles of this of late, of saying, oh, you know, we need our identity and culture protected. Honestly, what fucking culture and identity protected? You wear orange once a day, once a year. You march down the street and you stop outside of a church and you sing songs about how brilliant it is that Irish people starve to death. Brilliant culture, man.
You would think that they'd try to increase their birth rate. I looked at statistics of Northern Irish demographics, and consistently it seems like the Catholics have healthy replacement rates, which is ironic because Sinn Féin, weren't they against abortion for that exact reason? But it just seems that all this sort of strategies that the Loyalists could employ, they just for some reason are avoiding to employ them.
Hi everyone, sorry Sorry, I don't know what happened. I went on this massive rant, and by the time I finished, I found out that a technical issue had happened. I don't know, where did I get up to before I was cut off?
You had just started. You had just introduced yourself, and then if it stopped.
Yeah,
you're talking about how you're a British libertarian, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat that 20-minute rant because it was a 20-minute rant. But you're talking about Ireland. I don't know if this has come up with you tonight. Do you know what's happening north of the border with Sir and Lady Jeffrey Robinson, formerly the leader
Donaldson.
and the first lady of the DUP?
Donaldson, yeah.
Yes.
On charges.
I get them mixed up.
On
There are
charges.
some sleazy leaders of the DUP.
They're on charges for historical sexual abuse. By what I can gather from the preliminary court proceedings is that she was Maxwell, Ghislaine Ghislaine Maxwell. His wife was Ghislaine Maxwell to his Epstein. I think because there's 2 charges on her of conspiracy to commit indecent assault against minors. So I think that, she brought in the children.
Well, from what I understand, he's on 18 charges. 7 new ones were introduced on Wednesday, and she's on 5 charges. An additional one was brought in Wednesday, and from what I gather, she knew what he was up to, but aided and abetted him in covering it up for political gain.
Okay. It could have been covering up rather than Ghislaine Maxwell kind of deal. But, when you talk about that kind of stuff, it may as well be, you're a madame for your husband.
I mean, for a party that rails against papists and the like, they do sure like to behave like them.
Well, don't they have ties to criminality anyway in Northern Ireland? Of course they're paramilitaries, but they're essentially criminal syndicates at this point.
Well, there was some sort. I wouldn't say it was a paramilitary wing of the DUP, but there was sort of like an armed association in the 1980s of the under the DUP banner about protecting Protestant areas from the IRA. But I think that's been dormant for quite some time now.
Right.
The DUP is an absolute. It's fallen apart since Paisley. Ian Paisley Sr. was forced out.
Really? Why was he forced out?
His son Ian Paisley Jr. is corrupt. But yeah, the DUP is a spent force, and deservedly so, because they're more interested in enriching themselves than doing what's right.
Let me balance things out, right? Let's look at the IRA side. That's where my family come from. That has fallen to pieces, and it's just drug cartels now, pretty much. And the god of Sinn Féin and the IRA, Jerry Adams, the Catholic Ian Paisley of the time, you know. He has serious accusations against him about sex trafficking, if I believe.
His father raped his sister, Jerry Adams' sister.
But this is a man.
Qualify that now with believed to or accused of. Be careful, man.
It would not
well, it
surprise
was a
me.
while ago. I heard about this. I mean, I have to say, Jerry Adams is the most unintentionally funny man on Twitter. Some of the stuff he's come out with on Twitter over the years, he really seems to lack self-awareness.
I think that's just an Irish attribute, you know?
Yeah. But he and associated with Martin McGuinness made him a political partner after the Good Friday Agreement. And wasn't Martin McGuinness the man who coerced Catholics into becoming suicide bombers against the RUC and against the British Army?
You're treading into some real deep stuff here, my friend. The provisional IRA, the split in I think 72, wasn't it? That was a MI5 operation. Like there's no doubt about it right now. You know, we found out in the 90s that the two heads of the organization were two of the three were MI5 agents, you know. It was only...
Billy McKay an agent?
Say again?
Billy McKay?
I can't speak to that. However, the overall organization, when you look at it, the IRA, after the split in the 70s, there was no bombing hotels and pubs and killing innocent people. The IRA was protecting the working man. You know, they were real fucking socialists, you know, protecting not just Catholics, but the you know, every man. It just happens to be that the Catholics, Catholic Irish, were the most oppressed. So they, you know, of course, were, you know, the most defended. However, people like my grandfather believed, look, we can all live in this land together. Then comes along the split, and Jerry Adams goes his separate way and forms his own militia, and then you get bombings all over the place. Innocent people dying, even Irish Catholics. My own family had a pipe bomb planted in their backyard. My mother almost died decades before I was born. You know, this is the provisional IRA for you. It's
I think
war.
I think people outside of Northern Ireland don't appreciate just what an oppressive place it was before the 70s, leading into the 70s.
They are completely ignorant of that fact. They are completely ignorant of that fact, my friend. They glamorize the IRA as if they're some freedom force, but they're just as worse as the UDA or the ULF. It's just a terrible situation all around. I don't know much about the officials, but I've been reading a lot recently on the provisional IRA, and I have to say, I mean, it's just no friend of mine.
Oh, yeah.
What has happened to Sinn Féin over the last 10, 15 years? I mean, they've
degraded themselves as a party. They used to be a nationalist party with a big interest in socialism, but now they have abandoned seemingly both. They talk about trying to reform the housing crisis in Ireland, but they encourage mass immigration. That simply, I mean, these two things. This is not you can't square that peg. That they want to solve the housing crisis, but they're for mass immigrations of planters into Ireland. It makes no sense.
I mean, I get the Sinn Féin today. Whenever I think of Sinn Féin, I think of a man wearing a rainbow balaclava. They're a bloody joke compared to
Yeah,
what they
I think
were.
that's a good way of putting it. It's like the trans and queer Palestinians who shut down the Pride Parade because the Pride Parade was too pro-Israel.
I mean, how long are we going to get? How long is it before we're going to get another splinter cell called the Rainbow IRA?
I'm surprised it hasn't already happened, to be honest. Now, with the dissident Republicans up north, are there any of them that would be considered our guys, or are they just as paused or corrupt as any of the others?
There is a gang in British Columbia called the United Nations.
The United Nations.
So
Are they like an Amerindian paramilitary?
I actually have no idea. I just know that they exist and it's funny.
But bringing it back to the election tonight, the Labour Party generally seem to be more pro-Irish reunification than the Conservatives. I mean, the Conservatives, their official name is the Conservative and Unionist Party, although that association has weakened over the years. So the Labour Party will probably, quietly encourage a closer integration between the North and the South. So that you will see more favourable overtures from Labour to the Republic of Ireland than you do at the moment between the Conservative government and what's going on in Ireland. While we're on the subject of Ireland, anyone here heard of a guy called Enoch Burke?
No, is that a pseudonym?
No, it's not a pseudonym.
Okay, I thought it was maybe an Enoch Powell reference. Sorry, we have a super chat. Ice Cream Paint Job asks, did the Brits ever explain their strategy for splitting the IRA? Also, thoughts on the Irish Republican Brotherhood, Padraig Parse. I don't know what that means.
Padraig Pearse.
Oh, Padraig Pearse. Okay.
That's how you pronounce that. What the founding fathers were, and Padraig Pearse is one of them, and what the Irish Republican Brotherhood is, and what the IRA is, it's a very nuanced story. The Irish Republican Brotherhood has become a quasi-Masonic group, except, instead of the Union Jack, they wear the tricolor, and then there's the sovereign seal, this harp on a plateau that they turn every year or something at a specific date to renew the sovereignty of the country. It's all, asset head stuff. As for the split of the IRA, General Kitson, right? This guy, he went to, what colony was it in Africa? Was it Kenya? He took the lessons learned over the hundreds of years of oppressing the Irish. He brought it to Africa, refined it, and then brought it back to late 1960s Ireland. And the idea is that you divide and conquer, right? You create a faction within the rebel movement that is so disdainful that the whole country turns against their own liberators. And you've seen that since the 1990s in the south of Ireland, where the IRA has become a dirty word. And the only moment where Irish liberation and reuniting the whole country comes up is when an Irishman is on his second Guinness in the pub. You know, then, feck the English, and, you know, all the rebel songs come out. But other than that, it's, you know, we can't talk about that because the Provisional IRA were bombing children and pubs and
Sorry,
hotels.
what's the difference between the IRA and the Provisional IRA? I don't know that much about.
It's.
I did a whole report about it.
Okay, maybe. Go ahead.
So, initially there was the old IRA, and that was the IRA that was involved with the Eastern Rising. And then afterwards, there's the pro-treaty and anti-treaty IRA. Well, the anti-treaty IRA, they wound up going off and diverging into the old IRA, and that split between the official IRA and the provisional IRA. Now, the official IRA was a lot more orthodox in its methods and was socialist, as our friend here has mentioned. But the provisional IRA has tried to tone that down in favor of more fragrant nationalism. They were socialists, but they were democratic socialists by what they supposed to have called. But there's this whole chart that I have actually that I can send to the Discord if you'd like, Argent. It just has this flow chart of.
But an important.
I mean, the most of these. I'm pretty ignorant of Irish history and even Irish current affairs. But from what little I know from my reading and from stuff by Count Dankula, most of these paramilitary Republican groups it just seems like a front for drug dealing and gang warfare.
It's pretty much as it is now.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, sorry. So the head of Project Liberal, who I actually have blocked because I just got so pissed off looking at his account, but he claims that pro-Trump, that MAGA loves Jeffrey Epstein. I've never heard of that before.
How does he square that peg? Is it just like an image he puts up? Does he have any explanation for this?
I put it up on screen. It's the liberal mind, the MAGA mind. And
it's all projection. It's all projection.
Yeah.
I mean, he's telling on himself.
Isn't this the group that tried to lower the age of consent? Or advocated for that?
Of course.
Are you thinking of them or are you thinking of the Groypers?
Yeah, at this point, it's hard to say, which is the sad truth of it.
No, but I mean, that is, and that's not slander against Fuentes. That is his position. That I don't know if it's that there should be no age of consent or it should be lowered or whatever it is. So just going back to the election for a second. So we've had a few more constituencies called. So far, the Labour has gained 1 seat overall. The Conservatives have lost, in terms of vote share, 21% of the vote in the ridings that have been called, and Reform is at 24%. So I don't know, this probably won't hold throughout the night, but it does. Reform is currently in a strong second place.
Great news.
So,
the Tories should be ashamed of themselves for stealing all of these votes from Reform.
so I'm going to be honest. I'm not super knowledgeable about Northern Ireland. I tend traditionally to take the British position on it, 'cause I'm Canadian. But the modern UK is basically hell. So I don't really know how to feel about it, to be honest.
I used to be... to an extent. Now, this is just going back into my background. So, unfortunately, to our Irish fans, I am a plastic patty. I just always make sure to say that I'm of Irish descent. But unfortunately, my family has been involved in Northern Ireland for a bit. They have given money to Friends of Sinn Féin and the Ancient Orders of Hermeticans. And when I actually looked into the struggle, I really just cannot find myself sympathetic to the provisional IRA. I would be more sympathetic to the official IRA, even though they've become communist. But it seems that in the 70s they became irrelevant because of how pervasive the provos have become.
My maternal great-grandfather emigrated to the UK from Ireland. My stepfather served in the British Army in Northern Ireland and actually committed what the Irish would justifiably call a war crime, because he was at a check. He was a young soldier at the time. He was guarding at a checkpoint, and a car was approaching a checkpoint, and it wasn't slowing down or stopping quickly enough, and he panicked and he opened fire. He opened fire on the driver and the passengers and killed everyone, and his mates in the army covered up for him at the inquest.
It's a surprise there was an inquest. Sorry. It's a surprise there was an inquest, because there's so many that haven't got justice for events like that.
Yeah, well, like I said, his colleagues lied to protect his skin, and the official verdict was, it was a justified killing. The victims only have themselves to blame, and in reality, my stepfather, he panicked, opened fire, lost his nerve, and his colleagues.
Arjun, you know your position on the American Civil War?
Makes sense.
Sorry, go on. What are you saying?
Just as you have the position regarding the American Civil War that you kind of like both sides, I have to believe myself that I kind of like both sides of the Northern Irish conflict.
Okay, that's
maybe not so
position.
much the ideological heads of the paramilitaries, but like the boots on the ground, the working class of both sides. I can find myself sympathetic to both causes. Though you wonder why the loyalists don't just relocate to Scotland.
You're cutting out a bit. But no, that's, I think, a fair take.
Yeah.
As I've said, I tend to be more sympathetic towards the loyalist position, just because I'm from a loyalist country. But it the modern UK, like I said, is basically hell. I think it's the most paused country on earth. To be honest, it's.
I think Canada's pretty close to the UK.
No, okay. So
I mean,
Canada is okay. So Canada's more paused, but it's less authoritarian. The UK is like, if you were to combine the two, I feel like it's the most.
Well, have you heard this latest story coming out of the UK? It's wild. It involves a man called Anthony Bray, who has a pretty checkered past, but last month he was playing with a 6-inch sheathed replica of the Master Sword from The Legend of Zelda, and he was using it as a fidget spinner.
What a king!
Because the chrome paint on the sword looked like a blade. They arrested him for carrying a bladed object over 2 or 3 inches in public, and he's now serving a 4-month prison sentence.
Ooh.
See, that doesn't happen in Canada. Like, okay, so Canada is probably more liberal than the U.S., but sorry, than the UK. But the UK, the level of just authoritarianism, like throwing people in jail, government surveillance and stuff, is so much worse than Canada. Um,
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard about what happened to Sam Mellier, who is the husband of the deputy leader of Patriotic Alternative. I'm not a fan of him or his party and their policies, but he's currently serving a 2-year prison sentence for putting up stickers as part of the 100 Hands group, saying that it's okay to be white, the Labour Party love grooming gangs, nationalism is nurture. Now, the prosecution and the judge both admitted during his court case that he hadn't actually committed a crime, but they were going to prosecute him and send him to prison anyway because a third party might be inspired by these stickers to commit criminal offences. And they've even tried to prevent him from having access to his children. They've tried to say that he's a danger, at risk of radicalizing his 3-year-old eldest daughter and newborn youngest daughter. He's apparently the authorities think he's going to radicalize them, and it's become such an outrage that even the so-called anti-fascists of Hope Not Hate have actually said, no, this is going too far. We may disagree with their politics, but we don't think it should have any bearing on their parental rights beyond, what their political activities might seep into. I mean, when Hope Not Hate are telling you that you shouldn't stop fascists from seeing their kids, you've gone full Hitler.
If I may interject with a life experience, for a while I had a good friend from somewhere, I believe, the western coast of the United States, and there were certain cultural differences, right? I would complain about the heat if it got to, say, 28 degrees. He wouldn't understand that. Until one day he came to me and, oh, wait, oh yeah, you guys have to deal with the humidity as well, which is sometimes 90%. So heat is twice for you what it is for me. In another circumstance, he would often tell me about my complaints about Ireland and the politics and what's going on here. And we would never understand each other until a mutual friend of ours pointed out something beautiful. He said, look, you live in the United States, right? So when you encounter a problem, you just have to move horizontally, right? But we here in Ireland, we're in a little tiny island, we have to move vertically. And by that he meant in our minds, conceptually, right? There's nowhere you can run in somewhere like Ireland or the UK, okay? There's people everywhere. But in the United States, in Canada, there are places you can go. But when it comes to Canada, going back to you, Argent, there are, these main cities. From what I'm told, I only learned this like a year or two ago, that there's these cities just lining the border with the United States that have all the political power. So, you can fuck off and live with the Inuits, like, you know, you have no political power up there. You know, just a thought.
It's just the level of like police state. I just feel like Canada is nowhere near what it is in the UK. Like stuff like getting ID'd for buying a broom handle. I just don't think that that would happen here. like even if you were to say that to someone in Canada, they would, even a liberal, they would think you're retarded for saying that. So like just stuff like that. Also, a part of it is also like, it's interesting what you said about the knife laws, because I think it's the inverse in Canada. I think that if I recall, big knives are more legal than small ones because they're harder to conceal. But our
Well,
laws.
here's the thing about knife crime in the UK. The reason why we have so much knife crime is one, the Dunblane, all the handguns were taken away from the British people. And similar thing happened around the same time in Australia. And I don't believe in coincidences, only the illusion of them. So the knife replaced the gun. And also what you have in the UK is that you have single parent households, usually single mother households, where there's no father figure. And because there's no father figure, and the young boys are brought up in a very feminized environment, they tend to gravitate towards each other and form gangs, and they go around committing petty crimes, feuding with each other over zip codes, who controls what zip code or that zip code.
So basically, A Clockwork Orange is a documentary, you're saying?
Yeah.
Premonition of the future.
And in the case of this Anthony Bray character, it reminds me of a line from Yes Minister. This is what they. This is something they can. Something must be done. This is something that can be done. Therefore, we must do that thing, even though it's completely irrational and nonsensical. People like Anthony Bray are an easy target. Going after the real problem, that takes hard work. And considering that a disproportionate number belong to the Afro-Caribbean community, they don't want to be accused of racism. Now, it's not limited to the Afro-Caribbean community. It's happening increasingly to the white working class or white underclass here in the UK, who are, in fact, the most disadvantaged group in Britain.
I think you call them chavs, if memory serves. Chav has sort of fallen out of parlance. It's now the roadman. They're the UK equivalent of white trash, though, right?
Yeah. I have a feeling that most of the socially dysgenic policies that the cultural Marxists brought in were beta tested on black communities first and have been rolled out since then to other communities. So we see it in the white community now. We do see it in certain Asian communities.
What do you mean by Asian? Because we use that term differently in Canada.
I must apologize there. I apologize. When I mean Asians, I mean South Asians.
Okay.
Asians, okay. Indian subcontinent, not people from... In the UK, we refer to them as Asians.
No, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify. Because generally in...
about people from the Far East.
Yeah.
Which shows you how pervasive and subversive these shameful euphemisms have become.
Well, you were talking. I have to correct you because you were talking about Afro-Caribbean. I think you mean the youth community.
Yeah, the urban youth.
The urban youth. The vibrancy.
They just need outreach.
Yeah, well, here's the thing about the urban youth or the Afro-Caribbean community or what have you. In 2011, August 2011, we had 4 days of riots in England, mainly the inner cities in England, because a black man called Mark Duggan was shot dead by police in rather odd and suspicious circumstances. And yeah, he was supposedly a drug dealer, a gang leader. He was carrying a weapon. Nobody really knows because the story kept changing and contradicting itself.
So you're
But
saying
anyway,
he was
his
a good
death-
boy who didn't do anything wrong?
Well, he
Why, that's just
apparently,
mind
according to his family, Mark Duggan was an aspiring architect. And apparently, all these people, these young people, not just from the black community, but also the white underclass, were rioting for 4 days across England. And the police stood by and did nothing for 4 days.
Well, the police suck. I mean, I think at this
There
point
was-
we just have to acknowledge that.
And there were rumours going around that mainstream journalists were paying these people to go out and riot as well. And then after 4 days, they decided to get tough and they were sending people to prison for 4 years for opportunistically picking up and walking off with a bottle of water from a looted store.
Now that surprises me. So 4 years, you said.
Yeah.
Well, in the States, they usually just slap them with light sentences until like 5 years
I'm
after
gonna
the
be
fact.
honest, and this is a position I've had, I think, since I was like 10 or 12. I think they should just, anyone who like burns a car during a riot, they should just shoot them. Like, I think they're like, you can't tolerate, like, they're protesting and then they just break into random people's stores and steal shit. Like, I think at least the person who owns the store has the right to shoot them at that point.
Yeah.
But what if they twerk on the burning car? Does that change your opinion?
No.
Yeah, the only buildings that were not looted during these 4 days of rioting in the UK in August 2011
Were
the
bookstores?
bookstores.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
I literally just was, I was guessing. I didn't actually know. I was just...
Yeah. Well, Mark Duggan's son has been in the news recently because apparently he's followed in his father's footsteps as a violent gangster. I mean, shock horror. He's been in court twice in recent years. He was cleared on the first occasion, and he's pleaded guilty on this occasion now to acts of violence. And but it's the breakdown of the family unit and traditional morality and the promotion of sexual promiscuity because of the works of people like Herbert Marcuse. That's why there's a knife problem in the UK. But nah, let's just go
Well,
after
among the indigenous
with,
population...
with a fidget spinner instead.
I think among the indigenous population, that's true. I think a lot of it, though, is the diversity and the vibrancy.
Well, I actually, a couple of months after the riots in London, I actually went to the East End of London and a place in East London called Ilford.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have swear I was no longer in England. I felt like I just stepped through an invisible portal into downtown Dhaka in Bangladesh. Because it didn't feel like England. It felt like I was in Bangladesh. And don't get me wrong, the people there were nice and courteous, but it didn't feel like England. It felt like a foreign country. And that unnerved me, not because I have anything personal against foreigners because they're foreigners, but because we're supposed to be a distinct nation, and we're importing certain cultures.
Well, the elite is actively
share the same values as we do.
well, the elite's attempting to replace the indigenous population of these countries.
Yeah, I mean, I live about 30 miles away from a place called Llanelli. And last year there was a huge protest in a suburb of Llanelli called, ironically enough, The Furnace. And they were, the government, the Home Office, were planning on putting 300 illegal migrants up in the local hotel. And they lied to the local community saying, oh, they're not single men of military age, they're families. And the locals decided, we're not going to put up with this. So they blockaded the Straddy Park Hotel, which was where they were planning to put the migrants. And they protested for 100 consecutive days until the Home Office finally backed down and said, okay, we're not going to use the Straddy Park Hotel. And it was the first time in the UK that a local community had actually stood up and actually walked the walk and actually said, no, we are not going to let you foist these people on us, these unvetted, undocumented migrants. Stay in this hotel, which had been used for weddings and banquets, but had been, due to the greedy property owners, it was being turned into a 5-star refugee centre. And Llanelli already has problems with Albanian sex traffickers.
But you repeat yourself.
Yeah, I do that. It's a sign that I'm growing senile.
Why are
let me
there
ask
even
you a question.
Albanians in the UK? Like, why are they there?
Tony Blair, that's
Okay.
why. Tony Blair. First, by the way, many Albanians in Kosovo name their kids after Tony Blair.
Oh yes, it's disgusting.
It was Tony Blair that caused all the problems in around the Kosovo war. He wanted to play the big man. Blair, I could do an encyclopedia on how much I hate that guy.
Well, Tony Blair, isn't he just the ultimate neocon?
Oh, I would say if Hitler and Satan had an illegitimate love child, it would be Tony Blair.
Oh.
I think he is the Antichrist. But
Whoa.
he's responsible because he caused all. There were already problems in Kosovo, long-standing, and Milosevic was fighting an insurgency against the Islamic takeover of Kosovo, which is pseudo-sacred to the Serbs. So Blair had to stick his nose in, cause a load of trouble. What happened in Kosovo happened, and he opened the floodgates to Kosovo refugees, many of whom actually had links to organised crime. So
Well,
they came in,
Albanians, of course they do.
took over the drug trade, went to war with the Jamaican drug gangs, and with that came prostitution, sex trafficking, some awful Taylor Swift wannabe called Rita Ora.
Jeez.
Do people?
And you guys can.
Do people in the UK also worship Taylor Swift as a god?
Yes, they do. I was in a supermarket a couple of weeks ago, and in the magazine section, it was like end to end different magazines about Taylor Swift. It was such an excessive number. I thought, this has got to be AstroTurf. This publicity for Taylor Swift, it's AstroTurf. She sold her soul.
I don't know.
That's
The women
why-
at my work will spend like thousands of dollars to fly across the country to go to one of her concerts.
Oh, she had a concert not far from where I was in prison back in 2018. But it's really ramped up in the last few months. Cult of Taylor. I find
That's
that
because Time Magazine made her their Person of the Year.
Can I just say, I think she had 4 separate appearances in Dublin this week, or last week. And thousands, millions possibly, went to see her. And I never heard that chick's name once in
She
Ireland.
wasn't wearing a rainbow balaclava, was she?
Oh, you're too much, man. Can I ask a question, by the way? Are you vetted?
What do you mean vetted?
Yeah, are you vetted? Like, you know, you talk about vetted migrants. Are you vetted?
Well, I was born in this country.
That's the right fucking answer. This is a thing that they're playing in Ireland, and I think in the UK too. Am I right? Oh, what are you talking about? Unvetted migrants? Are you vetted? Well, yeah, I grew up here. I went to school here. I was vetted every day of my life.
I mean, my great grandfather on my maternal grandmother's side came over from Ireland to the UK, but that would have been in the early 20th century. So
I like how.
Whatever that means, you need 1 million Indians a year.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, just going back to the election for a second.
Yes.
Is
please.
what city is it that all the results are coming in from?
That looks like Hull.
It says Newcastle upon Tyne. Or Durham.
that's usually where the first results come from.
No, I'm saying what is the name of that area?
It'll take a minute. Are you watching
Sorry.
the stream?
Yeah, I have it
I'm
open.
not
I just am not sure what that if there's a city there. I'm not that familiar with Northern England.
Yeah, Newcastle is a city. There's
Oh,
also
Newcastle,
places
okay.
like Gateshead.
Is that a very
little
big
further
working?
down.
Is that a working class area?
Yeah, it's working class. Newcastle, that's the main city. Then you've got larger towns like Gateshead, and then Middlesbrough.
Just because the
Sunderland.
results are the same in all 3 of these districts, basically it's 48% Labor, 27 to 29% Reform, and
Yeah,
Conservatives.
that's pretty
just went down.
typical. That's very typical of the sort of results you
But-
get.
Yeah, if
Can
you
I
switch to the
report-
2019 map, it's almost identical so far.
Well, no,
Oh.
I was meant more just like it seems like Reform's been picking up a lot there. I'd imagine like the white working class would, a lot of them would vote.
Yeah,
for
well, you have to remember is that these areas in what we call Tyneside, the northeast,
Mhm.
they were very strongly pro-Brexit. They voted for Brexit. So they tend to be, they're unfortunately Labour voters, but they were patriotic Labour voters. They were the sort of people that Clement Attlee and Ernest Bevin targeted in their election campaigns in 1945 and 1950 and 1951. That was the patriotic working class man was very much Labour's pet project, their target audience. I mean, that's why they. What sums that attitude up is when Ernest Bevin, who was the Foreign Secretary in the late 40s, when Britain wanted to get an atomic bomb, he said, we have to have it, and we have to stick the Union flag on it. They were nothing like the current Labour Party, which is, immigrants first, Britain last.
Isn't that kind of George Galloway's whole talking point for?
Hello.
For
I've actually.
Oh, hey, sir. Nice to have you on, man.
Oh, is this your stream?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the few.
Oh, I didn't know I came onto this.
As a candidate running for George Galloway's Workers' Party of Britain. And I have to say, it's actually not a bad campaign leaflet. I'll read it to you. On July 4th, you will have a chance to be heard. Are you dissatisfied with the mainstream parties who pretend to listen but never hear what you have to say? The Workers' Party of Britain will listen and will hear you. The Conservatives have made a mess of things. Labour are a pale version of the Conservatives. All the other main parties are obsessed with identity politics and political correctness. The Workers' Party of Britain focuses on what matters to people. We believe in the people of Britain, in all the people. We believe that everyone deserves to be treated fairly and given a decent chance in life, regardless of race, creed, or the accident of birth. This is not the case in Britain today. Britain needs to change. We will help to make that change. We stand for respecting and supporting our countryside and rural communities, rebuilding our industry, support for local businesses, decent broadband across Carmarthenshire, access to affordable housing, decent health and social care without long waiting lists, affordable and widely accessible public transport, decent road network, bypasses and sensible speed limits, because that's been a problem here in Wales, respect for freedom of speech, respect for people of all backgrounds and beliefs, real democracy, reform of the House of Lords, proportional representation so that every vote counts, more power to local communities, decentralised government, an end to sending our young people into unnecessary wars, control of our borders, a foreign policy for Britain, not for the US and NATO. Now, coming from George Galloway, that's pretty mixed.
So, what is
cool.
George Galloway's deal exactly? Like, because I don't really know that much about
lefty.
him.
He's old Labour.
I've actually met Galloway. I've actually clashed swords with Galloway on a number of occasions. I remember the first time I met him, I called him a lapdog at a public meeting, and he gave me a look that could kill. And the thing with Galloway is he's an unreconstructed Stalinist and a political opportunist. But even he can see that wokery is destroying Britain, and this is he's appealing to people's frustration with cultural Marxism.
Because wasn't his
And,
previous part like? Isn't his coalition like Islamists and like communists?
Yeah.
It's this really
I mean,
weird.
this is the Labour Party are absolutely terrified of George Galloway to the point where they're getting their mate in Hope Not Hate to canvass white working class communities on behalf of Labour to try and get rid of Galloway. Because according to Galloway himself, with some justification, he is hegemonic in Islamic communities.
It's
And now
so
he's
weird.
carefully targeting his campaign literature to target the same white working class communities that Hope Not Hate now want to weaponize against Galloway, even though they're the white working class, and in Hope Not Hate size, in any other instance, they're the devil.
So they're the people who. So he has this coalition of Islamists and the people who are the most against immigration.
Yeah,
So how is he able to get so many people running? He has such a high amount of people running with him.
But he used to have so many ties within Labor. He used to be a part of Labor, so he has this pull still when he was thrown out of the party.
and yeah,
Oh,
there's
okay.
that. And also the fact that many of these areas have been run by the Labour Party for over 100 years.
Mhm.
And they've become a closed shop. They're very corrupt and out of touch. And people are willing to put aside their political differences just to bloody get rid of the Labour Party. Now, Argent, do you remember Brother John?
The name is somewhat familiar.
He's still on YouTube as John Collins now.
Mhm.
He was on some streams with Davis Arini.
Okay,
John
yeah, I
Collins.
remember who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's actually infiltrated Galloway's Workers' Party and actually ran as a candidate in the local council election in Rochdale recently. And the communist Morning Star newspaper did a hit piece on him for speaking out against the trans movement. I found this article and I sent it to Brother John. I said, "Look, Brother John, you've made it. The Morning Star are attacking
So
you
in the UK, so did feminists beat the trannies in the UK, or because I have
the TERFs, the trans exclusionary radical feminists, are currently getting the upper hand in the public arena against the trans lobby.
so
I
they
mean,
maintain that
JK
gender exists.
Yep.
J.K. Rowling is a raging Marxist, but because she's anti-trans, everyone's bloody on the left is attacking her now. She's sort of like, in their eyes, the anti-trans Hitler. I mean, J.K. Rowling wants to open up death camps for trans people. That's how hysterical the propaganda is.
Aren't some of these pundits against J.K. Rowling trying to liken her to a high church Anglican?
Okay, I have to just take a slight field trip here, because I remember reading this, and this was one of the most G-slur things I've ever seen. So these assholes started the International Quidditch Association, and yes, it is as G-slur as it sounds. Also known as Muggle Quidditch. So they changed the name from Quidditch to Quad Ball because of J.K. Rowling's comments on trannies. So it's like a sport. It's like the fakest, most G-slur sport possible that made itself more fake and G-slur somehow.
Wow.
Is this a monetized thing, Argent?
Is what a monetized thing.
this fake Quidditch pretend sport.
I don't know. Let's just let's take a field trip. Let's see if I can find some footage from a Quidditch game.
But on the trans issue, you've had David Lammy, who's a Bilderberger, a mate of Obama, and very closely tied into Keir Starmer and a potential successor to Keir Starmer. He's come out in the media and said that women can grow a cervix.
You mean men can grow cervix?
Yeah, they're confusing me. I've always thought of actually met Lammy once, and I humiliated him live on national television, and he humiliated himself on a game show where he got only four points on his specialist subject. I mean, David Lammy, he's one to keep an eye on for all the wrong reasons, because if the New World Order are recruiting intellectual lightweights like David Lammy to their cause, then they're teetering on the edge of collapse.
Oh yeah, desperate.
I mean.
Sorry, I have an important question here. All right, unless you're like flying around in the air on a broomstick, wait, what's the point in this shit? I'm sorry. You know what this is? This is a rip-off of Australian rules football.
This is so White House staffers have something to do. Look at the article I put in the chat. It's
to signal how much of an slur you are. I mean, let's be honest. It's to signal that.
Yeah. But the trans issue is a very big issue in the British media and British politics, and it's only going to get a bigger issue because Starmer has said that women can have a penis. David Lammy has said that men can grow cervix. They're going to bring in more laws where you can go to prison for misgendering someone or using the wrong pronouns. They're going to make it easier to change your sex legally. I mean, there was even one Labour member of Parliament who suggested that dead people should have the legal right to change their sex after they've died.
Base?
We believe in posthumous transition in this house. Okay, that's my stance, I think that's a great move for progress.
So part of the platform of the Death to Normies Party was to crash the animatocracy. Basically, there is discrimination in our society as there is a ban on marrying inanimate objects, and this has to be resolved. That is the next ground in rights. In rights is to legalize marriage to body pillows.
Yeah, I mean, like with the emergence of quote-unquote AI, which isn't AI really, just sophisticated chatbots. It's already happening, man.
Well, we've already had a chatbot to radicalize a young immigrant man to try and kill the Queen.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Also, chatbot radicalized a Green Party member to kill himself.
Based?
Yep. It just blackpilled him so much about the oncoming climate. Yeah.
So you're saying we should weaponize this?
I think so.
Well, the left are already weaponizing it.
Yeah, look,
I just want to say free Tay. Does anyone remember Tay?
Yeah. I remember Tay. And what they did to her is what they'd like to do to all of us. Lobotomize us.
Just justice for Tay.
Yeah, Tay was the digital Winston Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just make a point of interest here? Sorry.
With regard to the trans issue, it's gonna be a real burning issue going forward in Britain. It may be one of the things that brings down Keir Starmer, because I don't believe he's going to serve a full 5-year term. I think he's going to be booted out maybe as early as Christmas, and he'll be replaced by David Lammy.
Okay, I have to. Sorry, I have to. So Starmer did say that he believed in biological sex.
Well, he's only said that because he knows that this trans stuff is a vote loser, and he knows it's a vote loser because the Prince of Darkness himself, Tony Blair, recently came out and criticised trans ideology.
Right. In the same way that in Ireland, in the months leading up to our election, which wasn't even a national election, it was just a local and, well, European election, they decided to say, oh yeah, you know what, so far we have deported like 3 people in the past 10 years. Well, we're going to try to deport some more. That
Why
was...
don't we start with Leo Varadkar?
I fucking wish, mate. But this is the thing, you know, when they feel an election coming on, then they say the right things. I mean, it's the, you know, we know this story, right?
Well, it's the same with the Tory party here in Britain. They did a campaign ad of the red carpet being rolled out on the beaches of Dover saying, don't vote Labour or they'll give illegal migrants the red carpet treatment, completely ignoring the fact that they've been giving, the Tory party themselves have been giving the red
think
carpet
I saw those, I saw some of those
for 14
ads.
years.
Wasn't it like, there was also, I think, crime, and they were talking about the NHS. So, is the NHS as bad as we hear about it over in Canada? Like, is it like...
Worse.
Is it like the health system in 1984? Because it sounds like... It sounds like dystopian and hellish.
Yeah, I was in hospital a couple of years ago because I've got heart issues, unrelated to the you-know-what.
Mm-hmm.
And the waiting times are absolutely awful. The whole thing is a Stalinist meat grinder that is just a black hole for taxpayers' money.
Now,
the NHS is not the envy of the world. It's an absolute Stalinist.
now, is it true
disaster.
that they just euthanize a lot of people?
Yeah, they do.
Like, just off the
There
books?
was a friend of mine 6 or 7 years ago. He was put in a room that was usually reserved for people who they thought were going to die or they wanted out of the way. And he was okay initially, but they drugged him up so much. The last time I saw him, he was almost out of it. His face lit up when he saw me, but he had been drugged up to such an extent, he was almost out of it, and shortly afterwards, he quote-unquote died.
Of natural causes.
And we had this scandal 10 years ago, the Liverpool Care Pathway Plan, which was essentially euthanasia. So the NHS does euthanize people.
Yeah, because I heard it was just very widespread. So in the chat, Weebabo says NHS is partially private. They have to give out contracts to private companies, and Wes Streeting said he will continue this. I'm not sure exactly what he means by that. I don't know.
It's going to continue. these this NHS policies, maybe even make it worse, maybe throw more money that we can't afford at it. It's I cannot believe that the people in this country, they have turned the NHS into a golden calf. You cannot criticize the NHS.
Wasn't that like I remember during the Olympic opening ceremony, they had like a big tribute to the NHS.
Yeah. I mean, if you say anything bad about the NHS, if you like me, you want to abolish it. Oh, you're beyond the pale. You're worse than a neo-Nazi.
Canada's like that too with our public health care.
We have a similar situation in Ireland with the HSE, which is basically just another word for NHS, except it's kind of like the pretend NHS. You know, we started off a few decades too late, but we're still really management top heavy, you know, and that's the problem with these systems, is that they just keep hiring these managers, and it
all
like nothing gets
by
done.
Common purpose.
Exactly,
Yeah,
common purpose, WEF.
Oh, by the way, so we're going to have the first woman in Canada to be I prefer the term gassed to euthanasia, but gassed for being autistic.
Oh no, really?
She's sorry.
This woman we've heard about, with her father was
her father was like trying to get her. I don't know if it's probably hasn't happened yet, but like her father, God bless him, was trying to stop her. I think, let me find it. Where is the thing where it's irreparable harm? Yeah, okay. Not allowing his daughter to kill herself would cause irreparable harm.
Is this contemporary Canada or mid-century Germany?
Well, it's why I use the term gas for this. I mean, I don't know. It's called Made in Canada, and they're expanding it to include autism, mental health issues, stuff like that. It's just, yeah.
They're trying to ethnically cleanse our kind.
I mean, that's it.
I love this conceit that the Nazis are right wing when Trudeau's copying their policies and applauding their war criminals in the House of Commons.
Yeah, let's not forget about that.
Okay, I'm actually going to take I'm going to take a position that I never thought I'd do. Okay, so Justo, that was bad optics and that was a bad idea. To be honest, I do see why Ukrainian nationalists are sympathetic towards the volunteer division. That particular SS division signed up on the understanding that they would only be killing communists, that they would not be deployed against the Western allies. And I can't really blame them for wanting to kill communists after the Holodomor.
I understand.
But they all lived in Poland.
Why the Ukrainians collaborated with the Nazis. I really do. What I don't understand is why the Nazis, threw away a golden ticket when it came to Ukrainians and other oppressed people in the East. I mean, the Nazis' racism really came to bite them on the backside during the Russia campaign.
No, I'm just saying, like, of all the stuff that Justo's ever done, that might have been the only cool thing he ever did, and he turned it into an L. It's like the only cool thing Justo's ever done. Okay, we're gonna clap for an SS veteran, and then it's just like, I think the worst part of it was very clear that he was the one behind it, but he forced the speaker to take the blame for it and ruined that guy's political career.
That's a bitch move. Yeah.
Because of that. Also, like, although like optics alone, the whole like troll that Putin did was that it's denazifying Ukraine. That's not really helping the whole denazification thing.
I think we need to denazify Canada.
It is interesting.
I mean, what kind of Nazism? Let's have that conversation.
Well, Trudeau's baby daddy, Fidel, was a big fan of Mein Kampf, and he ripped off many of Hitler's ideas for his own political career. I mean, when he was tried by the Batista regime in those show trials, he was summing up his defense. He was ripping off Hitler at the beer hall putsch trial.
Wow.
Yes, he would have been a fascist if communism had been the name of the day.
Well, I mean, that's what happened, I think, with a lot of different groups. I feel like probably Ho Chi Minh was like that. They probably would have it just was politically convenient to be communist. So if you say, like, the USSR rocks, Stalin is a Chad, Mao is...
there's a lot of truth in that. Same thing with Pol Pot. In the independence movement and communism were seen as one and the same. That's the only reason Pol Pot became a communist, was because...
I mean, like, the Khmer Rouge's ideology was, like, schizo-ultranationalism.
But if you bring up Ho Chi Minh, it's interesting because he met with American representatives right after World War II and was citing Thomas Jefferson and the Constitution to try to plead for the case for independence against France.
Yeah, it's a bit like... Well, during the Cold War, and as I've said this, and this is the sad thing, America used to be a really good sugar daddy, because all you had to do is just say communism sucks, and they would just give you money and weapons and stuff. But if nowadays you have to do everything, like you have to legalize gay marriage, you have to have post-birth abortion, you have to have unlimited open-door immigration. You have to, like, just the sheer amount of shit that you have to do to not be regime changed, and even then you might be regime changed anyways. Like, I'm not the
Japan.
big. Sorry.
Look at what they're doing in Japan. Rahm Emanuel, the American ambassador, sticking his nose into domestic Japanese politics, telling them they must have open borders and they must have gay marriage and.
Wow.
Japan are now opening up their borders, and there was footage a couple of months ago from Kyoto after the first wave of refugees or migrants came in, and the place looked as if it was a municipal rubbish dump.
Yeah, it's.
Can I bring up?
Sorry.
Oh, just. As you're zooming in and out on this map, and I'm looking at RT, right, the state broadcaster of Ireland, right? I thought an hour ago I'd take a look on their website to see what they're
saying. Is that a different
saying, RTE.
Oh, RTE, because RT is
there.
Russia Today.
Yes. However, RTE is the Irish state broadcaster. Right, they're. I mean,
they just have Northern Ireland. That's funny.
Say again.
They just have Northern Ireland. That's funny. They don't even have the rest of the UK.
So 1 hour ago, I don't know whether it's 6 constituencies counted fully. I doubt it. Like partially, I'd imagine. Right. So an hour ago, there's 650 constituencies in the UK, and there were 6 counted an hour ago. And headline on Irish state broadcaster, it's going to look like a landslide for Labour. You know, of course, yeah, so far 9 constituencies, 9 Labour seats. Yeah, okay, it's looking like that. But is there some kind of operation going on here? Hey, you know, let's count the seats where there's going to be more paused seats. Like, come on, look at the pattern here. A certain part of England are the first to give their results.
No, I think it's just specifically set up there because they pride themselves on giving the results early.
Yeah.
Right.
I had heard something about that. I don't think there's necessarily any kind of conspiracy there. I think it's just happens to be because I mean this happens if we look at like the American election. Some states finish counting their votes like the night of. Nevada took like 3 weeks to finish counting its votes. It depends so much jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's true. However, just a point of order, you know, the state media, you know, hand in hand with all of the other countries in the same regime, RTE, Ireland's state broadcaster, as soon as the 10%, not even, is counted. Oh, look, it's a fucking landslide for our people. Yay!
Okay, to be fair, okay, like that is generally speaking how elections are called when the polls are this lopsided. Is they normally will call it out the gate, and I don't necessarily agree with it because I think I forget if they called it for Biden in 2016. Like once it started.
Hillary.
Like when they started counting votes, but it's not uncommon for them to immediately call certain things. Like it's like if a seat is like 70% in the previous election, I don't know, Tory or something, they might call it immediately.
Well, going back to 2016, they sat on so many states for so long because they didn't want to admit that Trump won them, even though the exit polls showed that he handily won them.
Remember how Montana was like? Didn't they hold off on Montana? No, Alaska. They held off calling Alaska for like a week.
Yes.
It's Alaska. I remember when they said Montana was a swing state. That was like the narrative. It was like they had it as lean red. So.
Well, knowing the cathedral media, a swing state could mean more than one thing.
Cathedral, that's a word I haven't heard in a fucking decade. Wow.
So, just to give kind of my take, so of the swing states, I'm pretty confident Trump is going to win Georgia and Nevada. I don't know about any of the other ones. I think
give him Wisconsin at least, probably Pennsylvania.
No,
but Michigan's
I think he's
iffy.
going to lose Wisconsin because the Republicans in Wisconsin suck, and they just seem to lose like every time, despite them having a. I think they have a supermajority in the state house, don't they? I think.
Yes, they do.
But-
a lot of blue state governors and senators will have very red state legislatures, and then the local Republican Party will bodge it, which is Wisconsin for about the past 20 years.
I mean, but isn't it like mostly like white working class?
Yes.
It should be a dark red state like Iowa or Ohio or something. It's always weird to me because I just feel like it's in the similar location of the country. It's demographically similar to Iowa. Why is it so?
It does have one big city that does skip the tails, Milwaukee,
Okay.
and of course it has the diversity issue, a lot like Michigan with Detroit. So
You mean Milwaukee, which means the good earth? If anyone
Hey,
gets, if
Hoya.
anyone
Yes.
gets
Hey,
that,
Hoya.
if anyone gets
Detroit
that
still
reference.
exists.
Unfortunately.
No, I was doing Wayne's World.
Isn't it ironic that RoboCop's vision of Detroit was actually quite optimistic compared to the reality?
I think one of the main things that for lack of a better term, red pilled me was Ramsey Paul did a comparison of Detroit 80 years ago, 60 years ago, and Hiroshima 80 years ago, and then Hiroshima today and Detroit today. And his conclusion was it's better to be nuked than have diversity. And then he pointed out if you were to switch, take the.
They did move Hiroshima a couple of miles down the road.
And
Like that.
That's true.
So, Traffic the Titans.
Yeah, but there was this thing after slavery was abolished, and then there was a certain movement of a certain type of people, and
But,
demographic.
I mean, but also, like, as he pointed out, if you were to take the population of Detroit and drop it in Hiroshima, and take the population of Hiroshima and drop it in Detroit, and wait 30 years, it would probably reverse again relatively quickly. But it's just, when he pointed that out, I'm like, yeah, that's, I think, inarguable. I don't really know how you could dispute
I don't
that.
know. I know if you put Japanese people in Detroit, then it would work out fine. And then if you put the black people in Hiroshima, I think it'll work okay too. It's a nice.
But
place,
did Hiroshima have Democrats? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Liberal Democrats control it, so.
Well, there is the Democrat Party of Japan.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, but do they have Democrats? Okay, because we all know that they're real racists, but I digress.
So Democrats with the big D or Democrats with the big D?
Exactly.
I love how here in the UK, the Liberal Democrats are very left wing, but in Russia and Japan they're very right wing.
It's just a generic term. So, like, in Russia, the Liberal Democrats are like a meme party. I think they were actually originally created by the KGB to be a fake opposition party. But they have, like, I think part of their platform at one point was retaking Alaska, is like how memey they are.
So the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia was the first opposition party after the Soviet Union, after Gorbachev started allowing free elections, quote unquote. And it was just the umbrella opposition party, but shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it got subsumed by Zhirinovsky and his people, in which case it just became the meme right-wing party.
Like, Russia has a lot of meme right-wing parties.
The flagship meme right-wing party.
The biggest meme political party in Russian history is Our Home is Russia. Not only did it fail spectacularly in the elections in the mid-90s, during their campaign, they hired MC Hammer to campaign for them.
Implying that's not base.
Wow.
It's funny how the Russian Communist Party is like.
See what time has to do with Russia.
It's funny how the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is far right by like Western standards. Like its position on the family and stuff like that. And history, like in culture and stuff like that, is they're quite not on economics, but on social issues. They're quite to the right of most.
Well,
Western
to be fair, the communists have, compared to our most political parties and people today, were always pretty conservative when it came to the family. After the death of Lenin, Stalin although he was a philanderer, he had very traditional views on family life, partly because of his Georgian upbringing, and that does seem to linger on beyond Stalin.
Khrushchev really tried to pause things, though. Like,
Yeah, and with the Russian Communist Party, their entire platform is just a rose-tinted glasses version of the Brezhnev era, and that's what they campaign on every election cycle, and they always come in second.
yeah, like I think they've even abandoned their opposition to the Orthodox Church.
Oh, it's untenable, and you can debate about church attendance rates or the piety of the Russian people day in and day out. There's a lot of things you can say in either direction, but point being is going directly against the Orthodox Church is just not a tenable position in Russian society.
I think what he said was the leader says Jesus was the first socialist.
Yeah, that was Zhuganov, who was their perennial candidate for a number of years, and now that he's just so old, they put somebody up, but that was his rhetoric trying to do the, well, Christianity and communism are compatible, even though, like I said, it's not like they're doctrinal communists by any sense of the word, but they like the aesthetic and the nostalgia. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, they're like a nationalist party that believes in socialist in central planning.
Yeah, and there are some left-wing entries into it just because they view it as a viable political party, but it's nowhere near as bad, of course, as the Western left. It's not like they're out there campaigning for gay marriage or anything.
I think like Zyuganov, or however you pronounce his name, is the head of the like left-wing nationalist wing, which is ascendant at the moment.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah, the Russian leftists are more right-wing than Western right-wingers.
It's also just a cultural thing. Like it's with regards to like the Chinese communists, the CCP. I think people in the West sometimes think that they're, I don't know, based or whatever. But I think to a certain extent, it's just they realize that what their constituents are like. I'd argue the Chinese are, by their nature, an extremely conservative people, and so they kind of have to tip their hat in that direction, whether they like it or not.
What I understand, the younger generations of Chinese people are more nationalistic than even the Communist Party, because the Communist Party has been pushing out so much nationalist propaganda over the decades. Well, it's got to the point where the population is even more nationalist than them.
Well,
actually,
sorry, go on.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, can I ask a question of the panel?
Sure.
Because I've been thinking about this for a long time. Is this CPC really communist? Like, was China communist for the last X amount of decades? Really? Is this not just a regeneration of the Ming Dynasty or something?
No.
Like Putin is the Tsar of Russia.
I would say that the CCP is leftist, but they are National Socialist leftist, not.
I would call them left-wing nationalist.
I would put it in the same way that my professor once did, and he says that they are communists in the sense that the Borgia popes were Catholic. In which, do they believe that they're communist? Yes. Do they espouse communist doctrine? Yes. But if you look at their actions and you look about how they order themselves, they are not. They're more realist. They're more Confucianist, if anything.
Yes and no. I think it's somewhere in between.
Confucianism and nationalism are a prominent part of Chinese communism and North Korean communism as well. I mean, Argent did a video on how National Socialist North Korea was a few years ago. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you knew this at the time, Argent, but in the years running up to you make in that video, Kim Jong-un was actually handing out copies of Mein Kampf to his cadres in order so that they could study it and apply some of the ideas towards the moribund North Korean economy.
Can you send that in the Discord, please? That's fascinating.
So, okay, so about Mein Kampf and why it keeps coming up, I think, because when I was reading it, something I found about it was it reminds me a lot of just modern political memoirs, if that makes sense. Like, just the way that it's structured with, like, oh, these are my ideas, this is where it comes from. And it's kind of this folksy, like, going back and talking about your life and how it led to your views and stuff like that. It reminds me a lot of, like, something Obama or Hillary or whoever might write. So I feel like partially it was so influential. I think it kind of revolutionized.
And it also has to be said that, you know, the racist stuff didn't really kick in until like halfway through the book. You know.
So just on Nazism, I think that the only real description you can give of what Nazism is as an ideology is German ultranationalism, and I don't think it really has any ideological content beyond that.
I would disagree with you there. It's a form. To understand where I'm coming from, you really need to see the videos by Tick History, TIK.
Yep, I know Tick.
Yeah, I mean, some of the videos he's done on how Mein Kampf is less an autobiography and less a political thesis and more of a religious sacred text, the Nazi Bible, and that.
I'm going to be honest, I like Tick and I watch his videos. I find some of his political religious stuff to be kind of schizo to me. I mean, keep in mind, he is an ANCAP.
It's very lopsided towards it's kind of LARPing stuff, isn't it?
And I do, and don't get me wrong, I do like Tick. I do watch a lot of his videos. I do think he has profoundly changed my views on World War II. I just some of his political stuff I find a bit weird.
Oh, and by the way, we just got our first conservative candidate! Yay. Don't get too excited, guys.
That doesn't look like 0 seats to me.
See that blue there? East of London?
Okay, so someone is asking me about the Brampton question. I don't know what you want me to say about Brampton other than it's a shithole. Like, I don't...
Isn't that where all the Indians live?
Yes. Like, I don't know what you want me to say about Brampton. Brampton sucks. It's like... It's one of the shitty... I think it's one of the shittier southern... I don't think I've ever even really been to Brampton. I've been to Mississauga, which is a weird place. But, no, I don't... I think I might have driven through Brampton at some point. Actually, you know what? I think that might have been when my dad and I were going to Toronto. There was like a samosa place that we would stop by there in Brampton. I think that's all I really remember about Brampton. But I don't know. The BQ, the Brampton question.
Yes.
But
so who's this conservative that got elected in the East?
It is a conservative hold, so let's see if we can get any more information about the district.
Oh, they lost 35% of the vote over last time. It looks like it went to Reform and Labor.
Oh.
What's Southern England like? Because to me it looks like one of the nicest places on earth, but I could be wrong.
you take out all the immigrants. It's okay.
I thought there weren't many in southern England.
Well, no, I'm talking about immigrants like pre-1940s.
Oh.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay.
I don't know anything about southern England.
Okay. Just it looks like a really nice area.
It really is. Like, geographically, it's stunning. It really is. And you know, they joke about, like, oh, they don't have nice beaches, whatever. No, you know, just like Ireland, right? You get places. It looks like one of those places on the equator in summertime. It's beautiful.
Well, we have lots of beautiful beaches in Canada on the various lakes we have. There's particularly, if you ever go to Ontario, Lake Huron is really nice because it's a very deep, big lake. But because the waves are so big there aren't really mosquitoes. And like the waves are actually big enough to like surf on. It's just a cool area.
All right.
But yeah, I remember when I was in England, I made a special trip to Dover, which no one seems to do.
Nice.
Like everyone I talked to was like, "Why did you go to Dover?" And I'm like, "I wanted to see the White Cliffs and Dover Castle." But it was as amazing as I thought it was going to be.
So,
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, that's...
you've got to get off the beaten path. You know, you really do.
Yeah, I'm just putting that up. It was amazing to see that. Also, Dover Castle is really cool.
I haven't been.
No, it's a cool area. Yeah, I went to a bunch of different places when I was in the UK.
Will you ever do a documentary?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
I did some videos from when I was there, but no, I don't know why I'd do a documentary really.
I think your opinion about that might change in 10 years, you know. Yeah, you know, I think I'll put a documentary together for my... Because you're becoming an institution, Argent.
I guess. You know? I don't have like a massive viewership, but I think...
Yeah. But, you know, you stick around long enough, you know, you become a rock.
I think a fair number of, like, bigger people watch me. I'm pretty sure, at least. But the thing is, I probably could have grown my channel a lot more. I just kind of always afraid of getting it much bigger because for obvious reasons, I think.
Yeah.
Because so you don't want to go through what EPP went through.
Yeah, or Millennial Woes, or a lot of these people. It's not that I need to have a hug box or something, but I'm in a place where most of my audience are really cool guys, even if, like, I don't, like...
You're good.
Yeah, like, once again, it'd be nice to make more money or whatever, but it's, just seeing how many people got involved with drama, or doxing each other, or pedo accusations, or drugs, or all kinds of just insane shit. Like, I probably could have had, like, grifted off of, like, Millennial Woes more, or, like, some of those other guys. I know, like, what was it called? TRS has played some of my videos. But I just like... Those guys all have bad optics and bad OPSEC. So I just never really got involved with that.
Networked.
Yeah, I could have done more now. I've met some people on here, though, that will probably be the friends for the rest of my life. Like, Serp and I are IRL friends. But,
like, the anti-broadcast isn't huge, but we have our little tiny impact, even though we have our tiny... Well, we have our substantial impact in Ireland, even though we have like a tiny audience. And you know what? We don't care because if we don't do this every week, we will die. Like we'll just atrophy and go insane. And I got a feeling that's the same for you, Argent. You know, this is your thing that you've got to do, and you do it. And I respect that, man.
Yeah, it's no, it's been a really good experience. I think doing it. Like I said, I've met a lot of cool people who will be my friends probably for a long time. And part of why I started doing this was actually to kind of help with social anxiety, so to like get better at speaking, like public speaking. Also, just to a bit of exposure therapy, just because when you're online, like I get very few people flaming me, but having a little exposure to that, having a little exposure to people calling you like a fat retard or whatever, it can be good to toughen yourself up a little, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's my experience.
And it's maybe better to do some of that like online behind an avatar, so then you're more prepared to deal with it when you have to deal with that at like work or in your family or something. So
Makes sense.
but I might try to go on the distributist again. He said I could come on. I just haven't come up with a time for that. But
Go with your gut, man. That's that's how God speaks to us. If we're not ready for something, we just don't feel it. That's the thing.
something I am grateful though for is I do think I have, and people have told me this, I've helped some people who have mental illnesses to get help or to in some small way get their lives back on track, and that means a lot to me. I think I've also helped some people find Christ, so that also means a lot to me. But it's just been a good experience. No, I'm on good terms with Dave. I just he and I just have different schedules. But anyways, just a side note. Just wanted to just while we're here, I like to always say thank you to you guys on the call, and also thank you to everybody watching. I really appreciate it. It does mean the world to me that people listen to me ramble on and find some enjoyment or learn something from it. It's something that is I'm always humbled by.
And if I may wash your balls, dear Argent, you do catch yourself and say, oh, maybe I'm rambling on. And, sometimes you are, but a lot of times you aren't, We are here to hear what you have to say, It's the only reason why we show up.
And if I can partake in the ball washing as well,
please.
You, in my opinion, offer a style of content that doesn't really exist anymore. And I will also, even though it isn't necessarily what I'm here for, will give you all the credit in the world for making non-paused media reviews, because there's a sore lack of that just in the general public.
Well,
yes.
There isn't. It's more than just that. It's also that the right wing people who do reviews can be very abrasive. Like they'll just say everything made post 1920 is bad, and they won't. I think give anything a chance.
Look, there's only two acceptable right-wing films, and that is Triumph of the Will and Lord of the Rings. And that's the only thing you can watch. Anything else means you're a communist.
I've got to confess here, I do not see the point in Lord of the Rings whatsoever. I've never read it, I've never seen any of the films, I've never read The Hobbit.
Of course you don't see the point in it. Read the book. Or books. Sorry.
I personally like them. So, I read Lord of the Rings for the first time when I was in grade 4 or 5, and I didn't really like it. The movies, I think, are 3 of the best movies ever made. I think they're absolutely amazing. Rereading the book, I enjoyed it more. I do have some. I've made some criticisms of Tolkien, which I stick by. I think he needed more. I think he could have edited his stuff down a bit, particularly Fellowship. I think the pacing is a little slow for my taste, but I do get why people like
on the whole.
I admit, like, I'm more of probably more of like a Game of Thrones fan or stuff like that, but in terms of the kind of fantasy I like to read, but I do get why people like it so much. You know, it's kind of funny, just leading into that for a second. George R. R. Martin tried dunking on Tolkien a couple times. He said, we hear that Aragorn would be a good king, but we don't know what his tax policy is. And like, dude, you don't explain what the tax policy is in your books either. Like nothing about the Seven Kingdoms makes sense. There's no bureaucracy. There's no like. It's retarded. And then he's also like, he should have kept Gandalf dead. And I'm like, you brought back fucking Cat as Lady Stoneheart. Like, dude, you have no right to criticize that. Oh, have any of you seen House of the Dragon?
No.
Okay. It's actually, I actually thought it was pretty good, aside from the Valyrians being black, because they have to be black. But Olivia Cook is a very beautiful woman. But
Can I just
sure.
get a little, just a little tiny sliver of ball bashing?
Okay,
back in?
sure, be my guest.
Yeah.
You haven't sold out. That's the whole basis of this. You haven't sold out, right? You talk about other commentators and no. Look, it's not that they're not nuanced, okay? That they found a grift and then they clung onto that grift, yeah, because that's their bread and butter, right? You haven't.
Well,
Probably because you haven't, your social anxiety stopped you from becoming.
also, I just work a full-time job. That is.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I think that's part of it. And once again, I've never had any objection to people making money online.
Okay, see, now you're proving my point again. You're just so pure. You don't even see the evil in the world around you. You're wonderful. You're beautiful, Argent. Okay. You don't see that, like, you're surrounded by fucking scumbags. I'm sorry, but most of the people on the right in the sphere of the sector or whatever it's called.
The sector with the K.
It's all corrupt. All these people.
Oh no, I know. I just don't really see a point in like talking about a lot of them, just because it's kind of depressing who a lot of these people are. Also, the other reason I don't talk about a lot of these people is just that they flag you.
And they're litigious. Yeah. They'll sue you.
Yeah, like, so I got kicked out of Endeavor's Telegram group because I was shitting on Greg Johnson. For instance, I've gotten kicked out of a couple groups over that. I can't say why on YouTube, but I'm sure you can guess.
Yeah. Argent, after all the bowel washing, I feel obliged to provide a contrary opinion.
Okay.
All right.
Now, I'm not going to be too scolded because I don't want to be kicked out. But you mentioned before that a lot of your content is derivative. Like you've gotten a lot of your news articles, for instance, for the UCU series, which I do enjoy,
Hmm.
from the Duran. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct.
That's what you call synthesizing.
So,
Synthesize.
no,
Well,
I
that's
mean,
a good.
what was your point?
Well, I just don't want to like blow smoke, you know.
No, no, I mean,
yeah.
I do.
Argent's
Like, I
got,
don't.
like a mega brain. Yeah.
I think I, generally speaking, am fairly upfront about that. Like, my lolcow videos are generally based on either Kino Casino or it used to be, I think it was called Random Assault Podcast. Way back in the day was what the Christian one was based off of. So, like, yeah, I'm not going to pretend. I just try not. I just generally don't do it unless I think I have a somewhat different opinion on it than some other people might do, or something a little different to say. But yeah, I mean, like, I watch the Duran almost every day, and if they mention an article that's interesting, I write it down, and that is part of the basis of the UCU. But I mean, you can. Lots of people use news aggregator sites. I don't think.
Well, I will fully admit that sometimes I wait to do an episode of the War Report after you do UCU to make sure I don't miss anything.
Oh yeah, it's but it's no. I mean, it's just kind of a news aggregation thing. It's
Oh yeah. Look, I listen to Alexander Mercurius every day, but I still listen to what Argent has to say. You know.
well. I think so long as you have like a different opinion or a different take
Yeah,
on it.
like your video, which what was it last week? I'm losing track of time because a lot of things are happening in my life. Last week, your breakdown of was it Review Tech USA, and how he is the archetypal lolcow, and like how does this reflect like internet and how it has evolved or devolved, and how it affects these gods that we rise, you know, in our minds. That was a great video. Like I didn't hear that perspective from anywhere else, and that's why I come to Argent.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. So what is would you say Alexander Mercurius is like old left, or like what is his political?
I would say that he's old left because he was backing Ireland's
Claire
two
Daly,
MEP
what's her
candidates.
name?
And yeah, Claire Daly and Mick Wallace. Sadly, both of them lost their seats because Ireland is, you know, I'm leaving this country as soon as I can. But yeah, I would say that he's old left. You know, like you know,
He
our old
seems
friend.
fairly. He doesn't really give his direct opinion. He seems like he's fairly conservative on like social issues, but
Social,
kind of
yeah.
Partially just I view him and Christopher as just kind of being sane. Like most of what they say is not very
Yeah.
radical. I think they're a bit I do think that he can be a bit too giving the benefit of the doubt to Russia.
Yeah.
I do think he sometimes whitewashes stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That
he
Russia does.
Yeah.
I don't think he lies, but I do find sometimes he kind of gives them the benefit of the doubt. Well, attributing kind of more altruistic motives than I do. Like I generally side with Russia in this conflict, but I'm not pretending they're not a imperialist power, and this thing is not, to a large extent, a land grab.
Well, no, that's why it's good.
Mm-hmm.
personally, I think he whitewashes in a different way.
Okay.
In that, I actually think, like, I'm a Putin maximalist. You know, I think
Yep.
he's the Tsar of Russia. He, and let him cook.
Yep.
That's my angle, right? The thing is that all the Western pro-Russian media, they kind of ignore the fact that Russia is mired in corruption.
Oh no, yeah, they
That's
ignore
the
that a
thing.
lot. Like,
But the thing is that's okay because like just take it in context. Like what happened to Russia in the last few decades. However, the pro-Russians, they don't acknowledge it at all. That's the bit weird. And
yeah, you're right. They never acknowledge that. Also, like, they seem to they feel like they argue that Putin's never whacked a political opponent. Is
Do
kind
they
of
really?
well, I don't know if they say that, but they often will be like, "Oh, it's just," they kind of give that impression. I mean, Putin is like, even if you, regardless of how you feel about him, he's not a man you screw with. Regardless of whether you
hey,
agree with
KGB,
sorry.
KGB, like he is.
Yeah, he
the
is.
old
I mean,
guard. Yeah.
he's a tough guy, and he is the head of a country, and he's the head of a country with a lot of problems, and he does a lot of shady shit. I mean, all princes do that. Whether you think he does more than your average leader or not, I mean, that's open for debate. I just feel sometimes they skip over that,
Yeah.
and kind of go past it. But does anyone know why they call it the Duran? Like, what is the origin of the?
I wondered that. Yeah.
Because I can't recall them ever explaining it.
They don't. I've never heard them explain it.
Oh, do any of you guys watch Brian Berletic at all?
Sometimes.
I'm sorry, I just got Duran in my head. I don't
gonna
want your
assassinate
freedom.
It's so weird, like, because he's like a third worldist who's pro-Russia. So it's so weird for him to be like complaining about white colonialism in Thailand and stuff like that, and he has the worst take ever, which is that Israel is a proxy of the U.S.
Oh my goodness.
Um,
Yeah, I remember that from the RG Awards, right?
yeah, but that's like that was like a Noam Chomsky talking point. Like that was like a third worldist thing. It's really weird. Let's see here. Weeaboo. Putin literally made his Jew friends oligarchs. So does he want to maximize that for Ireland? Putin also uses the small boats and migrants to destabilize the EU. Well, I mean, Putin does.
The Wagner Group is pumping in the migrants, not the NGOs. Just ignore that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever said that Putin is the savior of Europe or
I'm saying
Our
that
savior.
though. Come on, Putin.
He's the savior.
Liberate us! Nothing could be worse than this fucking regime.
Yeah.
But Putin's in Norwood, so that's where he loses big points with me. But I digress.
I mean, I don't know. Putin is pro-Israel. Well, he was pro-Israel, but he can't be pro-Israel anymore because Israel told him to fuck off, and also.
Well, a lot of people like Abramovich left after the war broke out, and a lot.
That relationship has been changing for a while. Let's be real.
Remember when Nikki Haley said that Hamas attacked on Putin's birthday as a present to him? Like that schizo post. No, but like I completely understand. Like most actually conservative people in the West are extremely semaphilic. I mean, I don't think that's really arguable. I think like Ron DeSantis is broadly speaking a good governor, and I think he's done a really good job. But he is like really, really bad on that issue. He's like, which is weird because he's Catholic, but like, because there are Zionist like just the religious Zionist thing is not really a Catholic thing. It's more of like an evangelical thing.
A Protestant thing, yeah.
It's, I mean, Catholics have all kinds of other issues, but like the extreme Zionism, I see as more as like a evangelical phenomenon rather than a Catholic one. So far, the Conservatives have lost 9 seats. The current vote totals are, let me see. Does it have the vote percentage?
22 Labour, 2 Liberal Democrats, and 1 Conservative.
So the vote share is currently 43% Labour, and Conservative and Reform are tied at 20% apiece. So what happens to the Conservative Party after this? Do they reform? Do they?
Honestly,
I
I
think they will
hope for a
survive.
total Tory termination.
I think the Tory party will survive in some form or another. They're like termites after a nuclear war. Same with the Labour Party. They will survive in some way, shape, or form. Personally, I think the best thing for the Conservative Party is to get the thrashing of a time and to get as few Conservative MPs as possible, because it's not a Conservative Party anymore. It's Blue Labour. I think they need to have a purge of all the far left elements within their ranks, like Bill Gates' girlfriend Penny Mordaunt and Taliban Tobias Ellwood, and I want the Tory party. They were given a huge mandate 4.5 years ago, and they've squandered it.
That's just the history of the Tory party, my friend.
Okay, so to be slightly fair, unfairly unfair, when people shit on Trump and Bolsonaro and a lot of these people for not doing anything, in their defense, they did have to deal with COVID, which basically just fucked everything up for a couple of years. So I'm not saying like that Trump shouldn't have done more or any of these people do, but they did get completely like fucked over by COVID. To be fair,
and the Tories Brexit as well.
What do you guys think about Brexit? Because I never know how to feel about it.
Well, I find it hard to believe I'm going to say this, but Owen Jones was right in the sense that Brexit was supposed to be the beginning of a right-wing revolution in the UK. Unfortunately, it has stalled, mainly because of the Conservative Party not being conservative, being full of far-left activists like Penny Mordaunt. Brexit, as far as I'm concerned personally, was always the beginning of a process, not an end of itself. It's what it has done is that it's removed the excuse from British politicians that, oh, we can't do this or we can't do that because of the European Union. We have to obey EU rules. It's removed that excuse, and the public are seeing the politicians for exactly what they are: obstructionists.
But at the same time, system as usual, right?
I mean, it's like the EU, especially in the last couple of years, has become a deeply evil organization in a lot of ways. But I don't really think the UK government is that much better. So it's I just kind of feel somewhat ambivalent about it, personally. I mean, I guess it was a good thing since it set the precedent, but it didn't really lead to anything.
I'm not going to pretend like there's a...
Oh shit! We just got our first reform candidate.
Okay, is it Nigel?
Don't know.
Lee
I'm just
Anderson.
looking at the...
Okay, here we go. I don't know who that is, but wow. They
Is
are
it the racist guy that said racist stuff?
maybe.
Hopefully.
Remember how like the one guy said we have the tape of Trump dropping a N-bomb from like 20 years ago, but I'm not going to release it. Does anyone remember that?
Yes.
That was a little while
I
ago.
remember another guy. He said it may have been the same guy. He said he has tapes of him with hookers, but he wasn't going to release that either because he feared for his life or something.
Uh-huh.
But it's like that. It's that whole sort of like, sure, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
But if I would be permitted, can I go on a little bit of a rant about the Tory party?
Sure.
No.
Now, I don't like Labour particularly ideologically in a sense, but what sets Labour apart from the Tories is that Labour follows through on their campaign promises. Consistently throughout the Conservative Party's history, they have gone back. They have done the opposite of what they promised to do in their campaign policies. They were the party against the expansion of suffrage, and then they expanded suffrage. They were the party that promised that they would not end the empire, and then lo and behold, they ended the empire. In the 80s, they had a very racial campaign, and then they opened the door first to the Caribbeans and then later to the migrants from North Africa and the Middle East. Honestly, if it was up to them, they probably would have snaked on Brexit, but they were kind of forced to go through that because of the referendum. So I really have no love for the Tory party. They've always been snakes throughout their history.
Let me put that succinctly for you. The only thing that the Conservative Party have ever conserved is socialism.
Mm-hmm. Or mercantilism, I guess, technically. If you can consider that. Didn't they get rid of that, too, under Margaret Thatcher?
Well, if she did, it came back under her successors, particularly from David Cameron onwards.
Mm.
Who was it who said this government gives the impression of being in office but not in power with regards to the major government?
If I'm not mistaken, that sounds like... so I watch... This is a lefty show. It was something like...
Norman Lamont, that was it. We give the impression of being in office but not in power, which I think kind of describes the conservative movement for the last 60 years in a nutshell.
I mean, the thing that I found most frustrating about the David Cameron years was they wanted power, but absolutely had no idea what to do with it, and they were living in fear of the next day's newspaper headlines. They didn't have any principle. Their only raison d'etre was power itself.
Okay.
And say what you will about Blair and Labour, but they did have a purpose.
They do what they say that they're going to do. We may disagree with it, but they keep to their word.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, even when they're lying, it's pretty transparent what they're going to do.
I think it may have been the academic agent that said the Labour Party lie 50% of the time, but the Conservatives lie 100% of the time.
What was I going to say? Something I've believed in is, to a large extent, elections are about selling your vision to the public. and convincing the public you have a vision and it's something that that's worth pursuing. One of the problems that I think a lot of Western leaders have had for the last couple decades is they have basically no vision.
They're managers. They've been told by the Klaus Schwabs and the David Rockefellers and the George Soroses, this is what you're going to do.
But even decades before that,
Londo Malari from Babylon 5.
Even-
they can have all of the power but none of the choices.
You see, I'm not
No
so
statesman.
sure. I'm not so sure if it's that they lack a vision. It's that they have the same vision that they had since the 90s, and it's been running dry ever since. I mean, there's no interest in a sort of post-Cold War consensus that Washington has established. And
Wait.
it's just a bill of goods that they can't sell anymore.
Well, like,
Because...
sorry, go on.
No, you
Sorry,
go ahead.
can I ask, like, can you name a great statesman who could get up in front of a crowd and say, "This is what we're doing. Come on, lads. This is what we're doing. Let's go." No, no, that's it. That didn't end in the 90s. That ended way before. I couldn't tell you when, but it wasn't then. Surely.
Well, it's so to me one of the most clear examples of this is when Obama ran against McCain. Now, I don't like either of the people. To be honest, if I was voting today in that election, I probably would have voted for Obama because McCain would have started a nuclear war. But McCain had he had no vision. Like, I don't even know what he was running on. Obama, like, his vision turned out to be shit, but he had a vision.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Yes,
remember,
we can.
Yeah.
sorry, if you remember, the reason why McCain lost was because I think he refused to take any public finance, whereas Obama did, and he was trying to make it as if it was some principle against corruption or whatnot, but in reality, he was deliberately financially hamstringing himself to help Obama, because as soon as Obama won the Iowa caucus, the presidential election was already decided. That was the real presidential election in 2008, the Iowa caucus. After that, they went with Obama, and McCain's job was to lose.
So I have a friend who wrote who was working on a dystopian novel, and when the Antichrist is running for president of the world, they wheel McCain out on a life support machine to run against him because he was the worst candidate that they could think of.
You may want to replace him with Brandon.
Yep.
Or
It is funny in retrospect how old they made McCain out to be in 2008, and the question of would he survive to the end of his term.
I think Biden's proved that there's no amount of drugs they can't pump people up with to keep them going. To be honest, though, if I had to vote between Biden and Kamala Harris, I probably would vote for Biden.
Absolutely.
As I've
That's the rub.
As I've also said, if there was an election between Biden and Nikki Haley, I'd probably vote for RFK. But if you put a gun to my head, I'd vote for Biden over Nikki Haley. To be honest,
I know that Argent is a Canadian, but I gather if everyone else except for my British friend is American. Can I ask, how do elections work? You've got two parties, right? So,
Yeah.
Surely the same party should win every time, right?
Well, because we only have two parties, it creates a very large umbrella for both.
So, what I'm asking is like, then there's room for variation where
It's
some.
always okay. So
Well,
firstly,
there's reasonably. Go ahead.
Sorry. What I mean is like some Democrats like just wave over to Republican, and some Republicans
okay,
wave over to Democrat.
okay. So firstly, in our parliamentary terms, the U.S. always has a majority government. There's never really a non-majority. So party discipline is much weaker in the U.S. than it is in
Yes.
other countries. Like in Canada, you basically just can never vote against whatever your party tells you to do. Whereas in the
Joe
US,
Manchin couldn't exist in any other political system. He's the Democrat senator from West Virginia that is effectively, in many things that he believes, a Republican.
Huh.
So within the Republican Party, like if let me look it up, factions of the Republican Party. You have like the MAGA wing. You have the. I think they're even like specifically. They have their specific. Yeah. So like, we have the Republican Study Committee, which is like the main conservative one. There's like the centrist one. The Freedom Caucus is like the MAGA faction. Like within the Democratic Party, you'll have people ranging from like social liberals to socialists. Basically, anybody who's vaguely right wing or capitalistic. Is in the Republican Party, and anybody who's kind of to the left of that is in the Democratic Party. Also,
That's weird.
Also, before really before LBJ, the ideological basis was a lot weirder. I would say the Democrats before LBJ were basically a Christian Democratic Party. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
To a sense, and then there was a schism in the Democratic Party even before the run-up to LBJ, where you had the Southern Democrats, they were actually known as the Dixiecrats at the time. A lot of the ones who wanted to defect from the mainline party up north over particularly the segregation issue. I mean, there were a number of other issues as well, but that's primarily what it was. But the Democrats in the early 20th century were. They had two bases. Those were the Southern whites and the white working class and white ethnic types, think like the Irish, Italians, whatever, in northern states.
Whereas the Republicans, I would call a liberal nationalist party until LBJ.
Yeah, Nixon was the one who really paradigm shifted the Republican Party, and we're still seeing the consequences of that today, for better and for worse.
Also, just all the Southern Democrats leaving and becoming Republicans. Because if you look at a map, just for people who don't follow it that carefully, it used to be that the South overwhelmingly voted Democrat, and the North, with the exception of New York, overwhelmingly voted Republican. Up until
even New York was could go Republican quite often, even back then.
It depends.
It was a little.
Well,
I don't want to call it a
Canada.
swing state, but it did go back and forth.
Yeah, so what happens, so in the US you don't get kicked out of your party if you vote against it. So you'll have people like what's his name? Rand Paul, for instance, is like a libertarian conservative, so he will vote against his party on things like the Patriot Act or anything related to domestic surveillance or things like that. That was kind of one of the issues with why it was so. That's partially why parties often will need a substantial majority, because a certain percentage of the party will prevent them from getting anything done. Like there's a certain.
Trump's first 2 years was ridiculous because of all the Republican defectors who went against him, including McCain, who on principle defended Obamacare.
He got up from like his hospital bed, like right before he died, and showed up to shut down to keep Obamacare going. McCain was such a
McCain technically a traitor? Because I read somewhere that after he came back from Vietnam, he had to be given a presidential pardon because his daddy was
So, to
senior.
be fair to McCain, I don't really hold anything he did while he was captured by the Viet Cong against him. I don't think that's entirely
No, that's not fair.
Like, while he was being captured by the Viet Cong, they got him to make videos, like denouncing the U.S. government or whatever. And I mean, you can say he should have died for his country, but that was clearly under duress, and I don't think that really counts as him being a traitor.
We've all done things under duress that we wouldn't have otherwise done. So
Yeah, like who's that? Hearst? What's that? Heiress?
Uh,
Who was kidnapped by the communists and
yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. So
Paddy Hearst. Sorry. Yeah.
So Labor is currently at 43 seats, Reform at 2, and the Conservatives at 3.
Ooh.
well, that's a very good night for reform. They've already got 2 seats. If you'd asked me before the election how many seats they get, I'd say they'd be lucky to get a single seat. When Farage, 2 weeks into the campaign, at 4th.
You're roboting really bad. I can't really hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Now we can.
Yeah, if you'd asked me before the year,
Now we can.
you can't.
Yeah. You're just roboting really bad.
It's the MI5, man. They got him.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning over here.
Oh, wait, did George Galloway lose his seat?
Wait,
Probably.
wasn't he like a local candidate?
Or wait, no, let me see here. Let me see if his... Oh, no, yeah, at the yeah, it looks like at the, yeah. Looks like he lost his
Tell you
seat.
what will be the most interesting result.
You're back now.
Yes. So what will be the most interesting result is Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn is defending his majority in Islington North. But he's been expelled by the Labour Party for anti-Semitism, and he's running as an independent. And the opinion polls have it 50-50 whether he'll be re-elected or not. If Corbyn gets kicked out of Parliament, that would be...
So it looks like George Galloway has lost his seat. And Labour has picked it up.
Poor guy.
Within the realm of expectation. Galloway tends to do rather well in special elections, but not in the general. The only real exception to that was Bethnal Green and Bow in 2005.
Okay, so far, the Conservatives have lost 21 seats. They are down 90%. They've got, of the seats that are called, they've gone from 23 to 2. So,
right.
I'm not sure what the current projections are at the moment, but yeah, it's looking bad for the Tories. So something kind of a little confusing, just if people are watching this. So in the rest of the world, liberal means something different than in Anglo countries. Or no, not even in Anglo. In just Canada, the UK, and America it means left wing, and most other countries it means like classical liberal.
Center right, like
Yeah, it means whatever you want to call center right, like
like the Australians have
like the fake
liberal as their
conservative
center
party.
right.
Yeah, like the fake conservative party in Australia is called that.
Don't Australia technically have two conservative parties?
Yeah, they have the coalition, the Liberal National Coalition.
Yeah.
National, I believe, is the more agrarian one that runs in rural areas.
Yeah.
That happens in some countries, like the Christian Democrats in Germany are the union is the Christian Democrats party runs outside of Bavaria, and the Christian Social Union runs in Bavaria.
Yeah, and in Northern Ireland, the SDLP is affiliated to the Labour Party in the mainland. So if the SDLP pick up any seats in Northern Ireland, they will sit on the government benches alongside Labour at Westminster.
So Sinn Féin just doesn't vote?
Sinn Féin stands for elections, but because they refuse to take the oath of allegiance to the monarch, they don't sit in Parliament.
We seem to have lost our... right. Yeah, they've been in protest of the devolved government in Northern Ireland for quite a time because they couldn't come to an agreement with their British counterparts, basically.
It's called the tradition of abstentionalism, isn't it?
Abstention?
Yes.
Oh, the SNP is currently at 0 seats. That's good. Fuck the SNP.
Good, they deserve it.
Like it's like if they were like some, I don't know, some like Stuart LARPers or like something like that, and they actually wanted to like make like a good independent Scotland, I might be sympathetic, but it's like we want to be independent so we can increase immigration, which is what the Catalonian separatists are like.
What I find most bizarre about the Scottish and Welsh nationalist parties is that they want independence from the United Kingdom, and straight away they want to join the European Union. Replace rule from London, remote London, with rule from even remoter Brussels and Strasbourg.
The same with Northern Ireland. As soon as Brexit happened, they freaked out. Oh my God, we've got to break off and join Ireland so that we can be a part of the European Union.
They want to be put through the Euro blender. I forget who it was who said, if that was Peter Hitchens or there was, I forget, it was some British commentator who called it the Euro blender. That small countries will be subject to. It's looking at a lot of these seats in urban areas. Reform is doing really well.
Well, this is the thing. The media likes to talk up the fact that Reform are going to take votes off the Tories before they will. Reform keeps talking about the fact that we're going to take votes off both Tories and Labour, just like UKIP did. And when Farage is proven right, the media act all surprised and they go, how could this happen? And the rest of us who are actually switched on and clued in are all shouting at our TV screen saying, we told you so.
So I think what happened looking at... Okay, so I think the SNP support went to Labour, The Tory support looks like it went to. I don't know. I'm confused. It's.
Yeah, welcome to Britain.
But no, it looks like what's going to happen is Reform is going to come second in a lot of ridings. Do they call them ridings in the UK?
No.
Okay.
Constituencies.
Okay. Because we call them ridings in Canada, so I always say that.
Yeah. Well, now we know.
Let me see. Is it ever?
Yeah, but I would say that Nigel Farage has been the undisputed MPV, or is it MVP? Sorry, I get my terminology mixed up. He's been the undisputed star of this election campaign, which is remarkable considering he wasn't even in the campaign until 2 weeks into it. And Reform have gone from being lucky to get one to already having 2 seats and potentially up to 13 or more, and most people were predicting they get 5 or 7. And on top of that, there's been a massive smear campaign against Farage and Reform by the mainstream media, because apparently Farage is a Putin lover, because he said something that Boris Johnson repeated a few years later about Western aggression in Ukraine, and then one of the state broadcasters hires an actor to pretend to be a Reform canvasser, saying things that most people agree with, but the chattering classes find abhorrent, and they use this as a gotcha moment to prove that Reform is racist and fascist and
I mean, doesn't Farage not like Putin? But he always calls him like a dictator or a despot or something like that.
I think Farage respects Putin, but he doesn't like Putin.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, where Farage was based, and I think I sometimes get this too. There's a difference between explaining something and justifying something. Like Farage even said, if you look at his statement, he said it was wrong for Russia to invade a sovereign country. It was wrong to extend NATO eastward and provoke Russia. Like, and that was what he said, and that was interpreted as him being a Putin shill. And it's like people are like, oh well, you don't support Ukraine's sovereign right to choose its own destiny. It's like, well, but the reality is, expanding NATO eastward did cause this. Like you can say that's fair.
To be fair to NATO, a lot of the eastward expansion was actually driven by the East European countries who wanted to join NATO and wanted to join the European Union because they saw it as a firewall against a resurgent future Russia.
That's bullshit, man. They are the firewall. They are the firewall. Get over it. Who cares? Here's some money. Fuck off.
I think some of the countries kind of made sense, like maybe the Baltic states, but the thing is, Russia, like no great power, could tolerate a situation like Ukraine. Like once again, it would be like if Mexico joined the Warsaw Pact. The U.S. could not tolerate that.
I agree. I'm just explaining it from the opposite point of view. I mean, my opinion is that after the Warsaw Pact dissolved, so should NATO. But do as we say, not as we do, as we like
so as
behave.
I don't necessarily even object to NATO continuing to exist. I do think, and I think that the purpose of NATO, to a certain extent, and the EU, is to stop Germany and France from causing cataclysmic wars every 50 years. I think is part of it, and some kind of alliance. I think makes sense. The to me, I think the real tragedy, and I've said this many times, of the end of the Cold War, is I feel like if Europe and America and Canada and stuff had gone to Russia and said, "Look, you're not communist anymore. The Cold War's over. Here, buddy, we're going to help you to your feet." And we had helped them rebuild their economy and stuff. I think they would have earned the eternal gratitude of the Russian people, and we would not be in this situation.
Well, there's something interesting actually about you.
That's what Gorbachev was angling for: financial aid from the West, and the West said no. Partly because the West was in a bit of economic difficulties at the time themselves.
Well, there's also the fact that in the West there's a substantial anti-Russian sentiment that's been going on since the Cold War, and can you blame them for that? But it's like I forgot who said it, but there's some commentator who says it's not so much that they hate communism in Russia; it's that they hate the Russians.
Oh, absolutely.
And, I think that sentiment has carried on since, specifically within the military-industrial complex, even within the media, as you can see.
Remember,
And there's a fascinating. Go ahead.
Sorry, there's just the one article where the guy, the retired general, referred to the Russian army as the Red Army.
Well, there is a fascinating article from George Soros, of all people, from the Open Society Foundation from 1993, where he's talking about the future of NATO and talking about how if Russia doesn't submit to the quote-unquote New World Order, his words, that they're just going to have to send meat grinder after meat grinder of waves of Eastern Europeans into Russia to break them.
Was that extending Russia, or is extending Russia different?
That's a different one. This is Towards New World Order, the Future of NATO by George Soros, Open Society Foundation, November 1st, 93.
And if I may, as an analogy, tell you about the story of the birth of my first son. I said to this beautiful woman, just the tip. It'll be okay. It'll be all right. Just the tip. Sorry, did that fall flat?
No,
it's a joke.
But yeah, NATO post 91. To quote Macron, of all people, actually, NATO is brain dead. Now, it's been a number of years since he said that. He would never say that again in any context. But it serves no purpose. For those of you who listened to the Putin interview, which I know that there's a lot of mixed feelings about that interview and what Putin said in it, but I do think one thing that does stand to reason is a lot of his efforts towards reconciliation with the West, a lot of what he laid out there, where it was snubbed every time. Where after a certain point, after 1991, there was a decision where you either are going to continue on with this Cold War policy, which is clearly what we did, despite a brief break in that, to the point where we're going to splinter Russia into several different nations, is effectively what the policy was going to be, or we can move towards some sort of reconciliation. And there was support for that, particularly in continental Europe, the Germans and the French. It was, Schroeder in Germany, and I believe Chirac in France, were both on very friendly terms with Putin. And actually, after the Iraq War, there was some tension between continental Europe and the United States, particularly because of the Iraq War, as well as a number of other issues. They became a lot closer to Russia. And in my opinion, a lot of why this war started was because of the closer economic integration between continental Europe and Russia, that the Americans didn't want to cede any ground in Europe. They viewed control of Europe as too vital, so they were going to drive a wedge. The Ukraine issue came up, and they took full advantage of it. And I'm talking the Ukraine issue all the way back to 2013, 2014, to what it's become today, not just in 2022.
And don't forget also, the British establishment also had an interest in causing mischief and mayhem in Eastern Europe because of Britain's traditional balance of power foreign policy towards Europe.
Yes,
The more
yes.
they fragment Eastern Europe, and particularly Russia, the more that would serve Britain's own national security interests, and that happily coincided with America's interests.
So, to my understanding, Putin, from what I heard, at least on the Duran, Putin considered Merkel his friend. Like,
Yes.
like his actual, like, not like actual friend. And her betraying him really actually hurt him, like on a personal level. Is what I had heard. Apparently, they used to send each other like Christmas presents and stuff.
Aww.
Yeah, professional relations will bleed into personal relations. And honestly, this way somebody described Putin, which I wouldn't entirely agree with, but I do think has some merit, is if Merkel had more of a sense of national interest for her country, is how Putin runs Russia. Like I said, I don't entirely agree with that. But I do think there was something there, and that Putin wanted to be part of that club. He wanted to be with people like that, to the point where he, fluent in German, anytime you'd meet with Merkel, their conversations are in German.
Well, he's kind of a weeaboo. Or I don't know what you want to call it, or
Germanophile.
Germanophile.
I just find it amusing that the more things that I mean, Stalin.
You're cutting that
shit,
really
man.
bad here, buddy.
That's my favorite character. We can't hear him anymore. What the fuck?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Almost.
Can you hear me now?
It's still really buggy, man.
A little bit better.
You might have to rejoin.
Yeah, restart your...
Leave and rejoin.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll do that then.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, so conservatives.
Oh, we're lighting up here.
The map, you mean?
Yep.
Better.
Yes, so far.
Yeah, I just think that the more things change, the more they stay the same. Stalin felt betrayed in the same way that Putin felt betrayed vis-a-vis Hitler.
So we're Hitler.
Because the closest Stalin ever came to trusting another person was, I believe, Hitler, when Hitler signed the Nazi-Soviet pact. At least until the conflict in the West was over.
What do you think about that year or two of build-up of tensions? Like, did Stalin think that Hitler was going to come into the East?
Oh yeah, he knew Hitler was coming eastwards. He just was off on his time scale.
Yeah, he thought he was going to come later. To my understanding, I believe that Stalin was actually preparing for war, but he was preparing for an offensive war. He was going to try to stab the Germans and the Western powers as they were crumbling. That was his plan, but he didn't realize that he was going to get snaked first.
Well, that doesn't sound like a trusting, loving relationship there, I have to say. But is there a such thing? I guess is the question.
I think what he means is like insofar as Stalin can trust someone.
Oh, well, okay, I guess the most paranoid person in human history, yeah.
The guy who thought
I think Joseph Stalin's biggest mistake is the mistake that we sometimes make of the left. Stalin assumed that Hitler was a rational actor who would make hard-boiled coldly calculated decisions. He didn't consider the fact that Hitler was a
Nothing.
whimsical, wild card gambler. And I think we on the right make the same mistake of the left. We assume that the left are rational, sober-headed, cold calculating, and in reality,
Well, I mean, speak for yourself, really.
they're nothing like that.
No. No,
The
they've completely lost the plot in the past
Yeah.
5 years, man. Yeah.
All completely. The left have been hinged for so very long. It's almost time immemorial.
I think in the past, like I think Blair doesn't believe what he says. Like when he brings out this cultural stuff, I don't think he actually believes in it. I think it's more of like a. I mean, he's a Machiavellian. He's been to Machiavelli's estate. The problem is that the left that we have now actually believe in the stuff that they promote, and that's what's dangerous about it.
It's also, and I wholeheartedly believe this, and I've been saying it for a long time. That's their fucking weakness, man. Like, my teacher told me, and I believe it to this day. Evil has within it the seeds of its own destruction. You know, you can only build a tower like vertically, non-stop, for so long. You know, Leaning Tower of Pisa. You know, kind of thing. You know, you have to have supports. You know, you have to have a
the left
foundation.
are the masters of compartmentalization. They think and believe one thing and do the complete opposite in practice. That's why they're so dangerous. Their ability to compartmentalize themselves and other people.
See, we have to start thinking about, like, what is our opponent's weaknesses here, you know? Because that is a weakness. Like, really, think about it. Like, fundamentally, you know, like the Logos, you know? There's one way that the universe flows, really, philosophically. You know? Things that stray from that get weaker as they depart from it. And these are the masters of diabolicism as opposed to symbolicism. You know, the coming together. They're about drifting apart. It's like you don't need you don't need a philosopher or a prophet to tell you where that shit's gonna go. You know, you just need to take advantage of the folly at the right time. It's there for the taking. But, you know, sadly, for some reason, the people that go up to run for election in any of our respective countries are fucking morons. I'm sorry to say, they're not the greatest. They're not the statesmen. You know? Like, look at Putin. He's a god walking on Earth. Like, look what he has done for Russia. The shithole that he has inherited and what he has left so far, and he isn't even dead. What do we have?
Rishi Sunak? Dark side.
I mean, Rishi Sunak. He looks like a puppet from the 1980s on British breakfast television.
He does.
Called Roland Rat.
Roland Rat?
Yes.
Or Roland? Okay.
For a while there, when I would see Rishi Sunak, I would mistake him for Obama.
I mean, we're literally being run by someone who looks like a glove puppet.
I mean,
Oh my god.
a little.
They come on, Argent. It's striking. It's overwhelming likeness.
Well, anyways, guys, I'm starting to get tired, so I think I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you very much for coming on and for the kind words. I appreciate it, guys. I think it added some energy, and I learned a lot. A lot of these things I didn't know about Ireland and the UK and stuff like that. So it's always good to get some more perspectives.
Well, thank you for allowing me to schizo rant about the Tories and about Northern Ireland. I really appreciate it. I don't get this opportunity every day.
Yeah,
really
thank you for putting up with me and my technical problems and my uncanny ability to interrupt people like Alex Jones.
It is worth it.
Okay. Well, thank you, guys. Good night.
Good night.
You are.
Okay, so right before we end the stream, let's take one final look at where we are at in terms of the election. So we are at Labour with 77, Conservatives with 7, the Lib Dems with 8, Reform with 2, and the SNP's lost everything. So it looks like the results are going to be more or less what we thought they would be, with Labour is going to win a supermajority. The ongoing question, though, and what we'll probably know about tomorrow, is whether or not how close the Conservatives and Reform come to each other in terms of popular vote, in terms of seats. But God bless everybody. Thanks for being with me, and